So the first thing we do is prep work. Well, actually, no. Sorry. Introduce your characters. Left to
Introduce
right.
our characters. I think that Mako and I should go first
Okay.
Okay.
because we
We're
have
not
a
gonna.
tied up backstory.
Damn it! I put myself at the furthest right, and now you drag me to it.
Well, get wrecked. So I am playing Yukie Kataoka. She is a bit of a dreamer, as I like to believe. She's got a lover somewhere out there in the loss who she was a little head over heels for. In a maybe a little unhealthy kind of way, a little bit. Um, Unfortunately, she saw her lover, who up until that point she'd always thought her lover was a latent, seemed to be a latent, but up until that point, seemed immune because latent, and the lover got bit, went a little crazy, ran off into the loss. Seemed like they turned into a full on casualty, and that kind of broke her. Not in a happy way. She is out on the look for this person to try and join them as an eternal lover, as a casualty, as is tradition in the Bible of Yandere. Interestingly, she has met Aunt Lenny over here, who I believe has a bit of a lover backstory going on too. And Yukie's soft spot, she thinks love will always find a way. That's her thing. So when she hears that Aunt Lenny is having trouble with I think a not healthy relationship herself, Yukie's first thought is not oh, that sounds like you need to get out of that relationship. Yukie's first thought is, oh, well, you came to me with all of this terrible nonsense with your relationship not working. Well, I'll show you the way. I'll help you get back with that person that you claimed was beating you or whatever. I don't know the actual backstory on that one, but we're gonna get you guys back together because you came to me and told me your story. You don't realize this, but you were opening up because you wanted my help, and I'll get you back with them. Don't worry, I've got you, Aunt Lenny. Uh, Now if you want to explain Aunt Lenny's story, because I don't know the full details there.
Huh? Oh my lord, this girl is going to be the death of me. So, Aunt Lenny, nobody really knows her exact origins because she's pretty cagey about that. But Aunt Lenny has been here. Well, she used to be in where was that? It was north of Waco, or
Austin?
Waco, our setting.
Oh, south is Austin from Waco. North is Dallas.
Yeah. So she was a ex cop that was in Dallas, though she always said that she lived out in Maine. Yeah, she's from Maine. Um, but yeah, she was in Dallas when the crash happened, and soon after she found her way to Waco, where she settled down for the most part. Um, she likes she's very helpful. Like if she understands that you're doing some shitty thing like crimes, she's an ex-cop, always gonna be a cop. She'll try to stop you. If you need help, she's gonna help you. Um, she just recently almost got saved up enough to go back to go into the recession to look for her family, but got ambushed, stabbed in the back by some people who lured her, who said they needed help, and UK was there to help her out. Um, Now, because UKA helped her out, she felt comfortable enough to share her backstory. But what she misunderstood is that her relationship with her husband wasn't toxic at all. They just fell out of love because they just weren't compatible, and she only decided to stay with him for her son. There was nothing toxic going on at all. They just weren't the right match, and just fell out of love. Of course, she misconstrued that, but hey, uh, she's tried to convince UK that wasn't the case, but it's not working. But anyway, yeah, she ex-cop. She's very good at shooting things, and is very protective of people she works with. A very generous person. She gives out her bounty every now and then, narratively. I don't think mechanically she does. Um, but yeah. Am I missing anything? Did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so.
Your
Introducing new
character,
characters is always stressful.
it'll be fine.
You were saying your character what? Hey?
Oh, I was agreeing with Maka that introducing a new character is scary, but also, I don't know, did you forget anything? It's your character. I assume you would remember if you're forgetting anything.
Yeah. So let's see. She was in Dallas, found her way to Waco. What's the right way of saying it,
Waco.
guys?
Waco.
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 I only know
Found
that
her way to
because of
Waco.
what happened there.
Uh, has been a taker since the crash. Recently got ambushed just before she got enough bounty to go into the recession. Had to use up most of that to get new gear and pay for medical bills because it's that kind of setting, guys.
Yeah, that's great.
Found UKA. So she's with UKA because UKA has told Aunt Lenny about her story that she wants to join her lover out in the loss, being casualties together forever. She don't want that. That ain't right. She wants to stop that from happening. She doesn't push it too hard if UK pushes back, but whenever she gets the opportunity, she will try to convince her not to do it. Hasn't worked so far.
When the
Good
girl
lord.
covered in
And
red flag says, I can fix you.
You fucking run.
well, you can't even fix yourself. Uh, she doesn't say that actually, by the way. She's just keeping that to herself. But she is trying to. So UK and Aunt Lenny are dependents of each other, and they help each other out. And if one of them dies, the other might. Whew, something crazy might happen. Who knows?
Well, it's
But that's Aunt Lenny.
being a little bit of a yandere, obviously fucked in the head. A lot of people avoid Yukie, so she's pretty tightly bonded to Aunt Lenny, being the only person that has decided to hear her out for more than an hour at a time. Really, for more than a minute at a time.
Do they live together? I feel like that's a question,
They don't
or
have
at
to.
least in the
They don't
vicinity
have
of
to.
each other.
I'm sure in the vicinity. We live in the same enclave,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah. That's Aunt Lenny.
All right.
Do we want to hear from legally distinct Jason Statham next? Kate, you're muted.
I know. I've been trying to compose myself, but I started laughing the minute you were like legally distinct Jason Statham.
You
God,
gotta talk about Wheels. We gotta hear about Wheels.
I wish I could do a bad Cockney. I wish I could do a bad British accent, but it would be awful, and I feel like the British people would beat me up. That mind you, they'd have to get into boats for that. Yeah. Hi, everyone who watches and streams knows me. I'm Kite. I'm playing legally distinct Jason Statham because fuck it, we ball, and I didn't have It came to me in a dream. It didn't come to me in a dream. So
Fever dream.
it's definitely a fever dream. Jason is a gearhead. He loves himself some fast cars, every car, all cars, but fast cars specifically. To his own detriment sometimes. Even while being a taker out in the doing jobs, he'll see a car and he'll weep very softly as he realizes that car will never go again, or it has a piece that he definitely could use, but he can't take it right now. But he'll come back for it. Of course he will. And so with that in mind, his gearhead mentality, he basically lives with an old friend of his who was once a race car driver before the crash. Sadly, this race car driver was in an accident and lost his legs, but that doesn't stop him. He's still fast. His name's Wheels. He's the fastest there ever was. He's still a great mechanic. He's still a great guy. He ain't gonna let the fact he can't put his pedal to the metal bring him down any. Heck, maybe if I can save up enough money and get behind the wall, I'll find a car that has the conversion in order for people who don't have working legs to drive again, just for Wheels. Everything for Wheels, and everything for anything for family. And that's
All right.
basically Jason.
I heard so many Fast and the Furious references in there.
I don't know.
Sorry,
what you're talking
legally distinct, Quick and the Angie.
Quick and angry.
about.
Quick Q&A.
Expedited and
And
enraged.
angry.
The Scooty and Angie. The Scooty and the Angie.
No, I like expedited and enraged. That was fucking gold. Thank you, Trigger. Oh,
And I guess that leaves
Elias.
me here. Elias Barlow.
I wasn't sure if it was Elias or Elias.
No, it's definitely Elias. He's a bit full of himself, bit out there in the something that's going to become very evident very quickly for those playing, as it is not something that can easily be hidden. Elias is a latent, and he views his own immunity to the infection as sort of better. He sees himself as better than the people around him because he can go out in there. He can go out in the loss, and if he gets bit, oh well, I just keep going. Doesn't affect me. He's very full of himself, but he's got those that he does care about. That despite his arrogance, despite his self-image, that he will put himself out there for. And he does tend to put it all out there for them. He is very much in the thick of it, in the melee. He's got a weapon that y'all are going to see very quickly. Big Mad Maxian style scythe. And he's the one up in the melee trying to keep people behind him safer, because obviously he's the only one who can.
Just make
And
sure you dodge when I start shooting, alright?
Elias is a latent, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that is everyone. Which actually this time for real, we go into the first phase of Red Markets, which is prep work.
Can I say
On the
one thing
right.
before we get started?
Yeah.
Orwell looks like the kind of guy that scratches the inside of his belly button and sniffs it.
What? Where did that come from?
I just, the longer I was staring at his token, the more I was like, that guy's got his other hand in his belly button right now, and he's gonna sniff it in a few seconds.
Any second while you're not looking, he's gonna, like, the other hand is gonna reach up. It's
Yeah,
just a
like
really long
that
gif.
little token, it feels like it's like a 18-minute GIF, and as I turn away, that's gonna be the moment when he like goes for the sniff. The moment you turn your actual face away. Do you guys not see that? Am I crazy?
I think you're a little bit crazy.
Just a
Alright.
little bit.
Fair enough. Let's move on. Let's move on.
So
You're
So
crazy,
prep
but I
work.
love you.
So it might actually help to know a little bit about the enclave that you're in. You're in Waco, Texas. What you know is that you're in a bit of a fortified neighborhood that was invested in by this guy named Orwell, who's sort of just in charge. He bought up this whole neighborhood that was previously going to be like like semi-self-sustained development, but then he had a lot of money, bought it up, and then the crash happened basically right after. And now he makes his money selling energy from the diesel generators that he has on property to other enclaves nearby, which makes him sort of like a kingmaker of Waco. But you're just a plebeian, taker, mercenary. You
Plebeian.
live in his under the safety of his walls, but you still got to pay rent, and you got to find work so you can pay that rent. And that's where prep work comes in. You can use any skill to ask one of these questions. You just have to succeed. Now, this is entirely very open-ended, and that's what you'll find out a lot about red markets is it's open-ended. You can pretty much use whatever skill as long as you justify it with roleplay. So, who wants to do prep work first?
Let me look at my skill chart. You know, I got stealth. And I'm pretty good at stealth. So I feel like somewhere in the Enclave, probably, there's people in charge, you know, who carry, like, better armor, probably have meaner looking weapons, stuff like that. And I imagine that these dudes, like, have some sort of base of operations, right? So, knowing that, could I, you know, scout the area, kind of, just, I'm looking for work. I've been living here for months, I assume. So, knowing that, like, we'd see them coming and going, and we would probably notice when there's a larger gathering of them, or, like, when their boss goes in.
Yeah.
But
Orwell has a place that people just sort of call the big house, where he's got people with like armed guards with guns outside and a big yard. It doesn't look like the ramshackle shanties that fill up the streets sometimes, or the tents that people sleep in. I mean, if you're well off in his enclave, you can maybe sleep in an apartment building or have a suburban house split between you and a few other people. But yeah, he's got his house, and if you're trying to sneak in there, you can definitely roll a stealth to try and investigate.
I was kind of thinking that. I was thinking, like, these are the guys with money. These are the guys who, like, if anybody's gonna have a good paying job, it's gonna be the guys who have the best gear on their backs, right? So we sneak around their houses. We start, like, trying to listen in where they're drinking. Just maybe have myself a little drink in the little corner shadow over there, trying to eavesdrop. And anytime that they look my direction, I'm just puff of smoke gone to the next dude's house. That's where I'm thinking is I'm just, like, tailing these dudes. I'm just for a prolonged period of time. We're trying to shadow them to learn anything I can.
All right, roll the stealth.
Hell yeah. Roll the market. Stealth, I got a 3. Roll in this shit. I think I rolled
9 over
back.
2 is a success.
Oh, it's okay.
So as long as black is over red, and I put in the bottom right of the table matching odds on the natural roll. And the natural roll is the bottom one at the bottom that says roll. Matching odds are a critical fail. Matching evens are a critical success. Ties go to the market, so it means you lose. And if you get hit, the damage that you take is black, and the hit location is red. But yeah, so that is a success, a well success, 9 over 2, plenty of room to spare. You managed to sneak inside of this house, I guess. And you do. You were trying to find work, right? Is what contracts are available? Is the question you wanted to ask?
Well, not necessarily, like, ask anybody so much as listen into conversations.
Yeah, but I just mean like
asking
yes,
the market.
Yes,
question.
asking the market for work, but in essence, listening to, like,
yeah.
if one of them is like, "Oh, we're running low on alcohol," like that's what I'm looking for. Is trying to listen to them complaining about shit they have to do, and maybe I can do it for them.
I think maybe you're assigned. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. I think maybe you're assigned almost as part of the day staff. Perhaps once you're inside, they don't know that you're like not supposed to be there once you've made
Hell
it
yeah!
in. And I think you're set to restock like a cabinet with some clean glassware and some liquor. And you hear Orwell you overhear him talking to somebody on the phone about those damn clients from the recession again, wanting some suicidal taker crew to take a job for them. And you would know that if anybody has contacts within the recession here, it's definitely Orwell. So you do have a job. You know that he has one to offer. A hook,
Gotcha.
yes.
I've written that down.
Now everybody has a prep work action to do. So who would like to go next?
Did you want to go, Elias?
No, go ahead. I have a couple of options of what I could do, but of what I'm interested in. But go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So Aunt Lenny, probably when in her free time would just patrol, make sure the casualties stay outside the walls. And being that she's out on patrol, she sees things, what's going on, like what's currently happening. Is what I'm trying to do is use my awareness to see if there's any news going on that might
Okay.
affect the crew, specifically Aunt Lenny and UK.
Okay. So you want to make
I
awareness
don't
while
know
you're
the
out on
game yet,
patrol.
so
Yeah, that makes
yeah,
sense
yeah.
because if you're a fenceman, you're gonna walk basically the perimeter of the entire enclave, and that gives you a good vantage on looking in towards a lot of what's going on and looking out. Um, So if you roll awareness, you can see what's going on.
Okay, so my awareness, I have a bonus of 2.
Oh no!
It is a
There we go,
failure.
Cheryl McGee!
Would you like to use a will point to make that a success? Will is your bottom stat in your or bottom potential, and you get that back by playing to your character's spots. It basically lets you flip the dice. It would turn a crit failure into a failure into a success, and a success into a critical success. It's just a regular failure, so you would make it a success, but it's not exactly life or death. So
It's not every day you learn everything. She'll hold off. Some days it's a bust. So no,
all
I'm
right,
not gonna use a will for now.
okay. Who's next?
And you can
Uh,
build off of the contract that I have already discovered.
I'm gonna try to find out what, if any, competition is vying for a specific contract for the contract
Okay.
that Yuki found. I'm gonna wander around the city after hearing about that, see and just sort of listen and talk to people and sort of schmooze the streets, I guess.
Okay.
Trying to see what information I can sort of pull out of people subtly. Try to see if other people have been talking about anything like that. If there's whispers on the streets, if anybody seems interested in going out to do that.
Okay.
Um,
What would you like to roll?
I would like to roll deception to sort of
Okay.
be talking
So
to people, but
what's the
not let
lie that you
on that I'm.
tell?
It's more so not letting on that I'm interested in.
Oh, okay. All
It's
right.
hiding my own intentions about the contract.
So lie of omission more than a straight up
Yeah.
lie.
Okay. You can roll deception.
That is a +3.
8/4 is a success, and you're looking for competition, right?
Yes.
Well, that's a good thing you did, because you know that, or you now know, Slayer, the Jed Stevens of the Jed Stevens Biker Gang is definitely looking for work.
Kite, this is your
Looking-
moment. Run him over with the bike.
No, I'll steal their bikes. They'll never catch me. Sorry. Continue.
So there is a
Biker
rival
gangs
taker
never
crew out there.
change.
That's how you discourage competition, Kite, during the scam.
Oh man.
Yeah. So
And
one more person.
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
And we are not in the scam yet, right? We're in the prep work.
You're in the prep work,
Yeah.
yeah.
I want to figure out what this specific contract will require by kind of talking around and doing not schmoozing, but being like, "Hey, what's like the word on the street?" I'm hoping to use networking specifically.
Okay. Let's. So you know some people. Let's see if the people you know
Yep.
anything about what needs to be known.
They found me a muffler for a charger. I'm sure they can handle this. It's fine.
What does he tell you?
Do you not
nope.
have any bonuses?
I got a +1.
Uh,
That
did
was too
you
good,
know?
too.
That would put you at a 2, but that's a tie.
It's still a tie. Goes to the market. Okay.
So I can't even fix it. I couldn't even willpower that bitch.
You could willpower it. It flips the red on top, so then it would be 3/1, which would then be a success. But do you want to will it? Is the question.
I feel this early. I'm in the same boat as Aunt Lenny. It's like, and now it's not time to hit the nos.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I know the
Guns are not gonna
metagame.
stop.
I know the metagame of red markets, and I'm not gonna say anything.
I don't know shit, but I'm gonna play to the character,
Neither.
and it is too early in the race to go that hard.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you know of one job from one person, and so now who's going to go into the lion's den and do the negotiating with the client?
I believe that is a me thing.
Probably.
I'm gonna do the actual negotiating.
That's fine by me. I help people. I don't talk to them.
I only talk to cars. Sorry.
There's something wrong with you, son. I'm just messing with you. Come on.
All right. So negotiations used to work one way. I'm going to try and test out the Red Market Second Edition beta, which literally came out on Monday. Their negotiations, which seems a lot simpler than the other version. So really, I guess I could have just not told you and then gotten a like real control group and said that this is how it was always done. But I'll explain along the way. So here's the dice pool for the job's payments. It's at the top of the screen.
Oh, I don't like this.
If every black is a D10 that gets rolled at the end of negotiation to see how many bounty you get paid. Every red is a -5. There's going to be a round of negotiations for every taker. So that way every taker gets a chance to do a scam, except for the person who's in the negotiation. And the goal is to succeed on rolls in negotiation to get rid of chips, the -5s. Although if you fail, Orwell will add more chips. As well, what am I missing? Yeah, basically remove reds. Your goal is to get rid of reds, and add blacks, as that is also another thing you can do.
If you don't mind me asking, is there a base contract price, or is it literally
It is
7d10.
literally 7d10.
So it's possible that we do perfect and end up getting paid 7 bounty.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like this. Does it still have the doubling effect that the edition 1 had?
What do you mean doubling?
You have like different tiers of success. One of them is
It does not. Goods are
Okay.
not covered.
So they don't have the cover your upkeep anymore. They don't have the
There's
cover
the expenses.
expenses. Got you. Okay. I understand. I'm willing to try it. I feel like this is significantly less money we're looking at.
Potentially, or significantly more, because that's 70 bounty potentially. Because it could be ones, or it could be tens. So
No, statistically speaking, that's
I know.
35 bounty maybe.
I reject your shenanigans and substitute in my own.
No, like I said, I'm down. I'm down to try it. Let's go.
I don't know anything other than what I've been shown, so I'm down to always try whatever.
So Elias goes to the big house, I guess.
Yep.
With Orwell. And the first thing that it opens with is
Also, a very, very quick note. Didn't change the result there. I had mistransferred something. I actually have 2 in deception, not 3. It didn't change the result of my roll from before, but I
that's fine.
fixed that before.
So you are sort of you approach the big house. You tell them why you're there, I guess. I assume you would. And they lead you up the driveway into a nice house, through past all the fancy furniture. You could have sworn one of those helpers looks familiar. And then into a dining room where Orwell is sitting at one end and you are sat at the other.
I feel like as you pass by Yukie, the familiar helper in the house, she's sitting there like cleaning one of the cups and just like gives you a little wink and goes back to it, and you can see like in the rag that she's cleaning the cup with, she's already stolen a knife from their kitchen and she's just like holding it under the rag.
That's terrifying.
Are you in, quote unquote, in the negotiation room with me?
No.
No.
Okay.
In mechanically, you go there alone. There's just because that's what they did to sneak in and find
Red
out.
Markets is all about add flavor and roleplay.
Well, I was asking because there was the negotiation scam of be in the room with the negotiator before my skill check for them. So that's what I was checking.
That is the one exception where you can technically be in the room is doing that one scam. Otherwise, the scams are considered like flashbacks.
Yeah.
They aren't happening concurrently.
And if you choose the partners in crime, then it's kind of a retcon. You actually did walk in together.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So this is basically haggling. Orwell doesn't want to break the bank to do this job. Obviously, you want to be paid so you can pay for everything you need. I'll let you know that when I rolled the market conditions for this negotiation, it was like the market is flooded with taker labor. So there's lots of takers out there looking for work. So basically, you're convincing him why your group is good for the job. In the old system, you would roll leadership to figure out who gets to go first, but I'm pretty sure now it's just up to the taker. Do you want to go first, or do you want to have Orwell talk first?
Just posting that as a reminder of the exact wording that was used.
Heard. I want to hear him out, and he seems like big and fancy, and giving him the floor first seems like it might potentially get on his good side, so I'll let him go.
Yeah, like a servant comes in and starts music on like a record player. Somebody comes in, pours him some sherry. He sits, he drinks, he eats a steak, and he says, "What was your name again?"
Elias.
Elias, and your
Elias Bar-
crew goes by.
Did we ever discuss this out of character or no? Do we have a crew name?
There was only one suggestion given. If you want to use it, feel
Yeah.
free. I had suggested we go by the Lies of Omission, LOO, and call ourselves the Losers. You don't have to go with that. If you're just like, I don't like that, you can say, nope, we're good. But there was no other suggestions.
I thought it was fine.
No, I'll go with it because I have a way to play into it.
Work in progress.
No. Our group goes by the Losers. We're rather proficient out there in the loss.
The losers are rather proficient. I see. You have any references? Any work done before that I might know about?
Well, individually, not as a group as of yet. However, we're willing to take on just about any job, regardless of the risk involved.
Guess you would know a lot about risk, being a latent. Check maybe one too many risks at some point. But I suppose that's what we need for this job, is some risk takers. And I guess technically we've both retorted to each other, which is what it says in the handbook for the beta. So you would roll like a deception or a persuasion or whatever about what you're saying, I guess.
Sure. Reclick my thing. We're gonna roll persuasion, just trying to again get on this guy's good side. Haven't lied about anything yet.
All right. You persuade him that you're telling the truth, although he's not necessarily impressed. I think that gets rid of one chip. So let me just double check. Beta rules, sorry. Yeah, so both the market and the taker banter, and a chip is removed from the pool. Okay, so then somebody gets to do a scan. Nominally, they're flashbacks unless you do the one where you're in the room.
Kite, run them over. Run over Jed!
So
Hang on. I have an idea.
Oh,
Sorry, you go ahead. What's your idea?
I have one. It's not running them over, because that feels a bit much. We want them out of the way, and what better way to get them out of the way than proving that they shouldn't be taking the job because they're not qualified.
It's okay.
They're a biker.
If you don't mind, something to remember about red markets. We're in a state of absolute desperation. There are people at home. Wheels needs you. And we don't know when the next job that we're going to be able to get is coming. And every day that we stay out here in the lost, there's casualties everywhere. It doesn't get better unless you take risks, unless you make sacrifices.
Right.
And so, you're right. Running them over, it's kind of rude. But at the same time...
I wasn't talking about rude to them. It's rude to the car.
Never mind. You know what? Carry on. Carry on.
You ever hit somebody with a car? You gotta buff it. You gotta wash it. You gotta put a new bumper on. You gotta fix the hood.
Yuki is gonna kind of nod at Jason and be like, "That makes a lot of sense. Maybe we shouldn't run them over."
I got a better plan. Something that'll demoralize them. So my plan is, I guess this would be the flashback of hearing that this biker gang has the idea to also jump in on this job and probably outbid us because they have a name for themselves because we heard of them. I want to challenge. I imagine Jed is like the leader of the biker gang.
Yeah,
I want to challenge him to a race. Basically, if I win, he bows out. But
okay.
if he wins, I'll fix up his bikes. and I'm a very good mechanic.
Okay, I think he'd take that.
I also had to
He
make sure to word
says that the race should be around the inside of the enclave, or like around the inner perimeter. And then whoever makes it back to the front gate first wins.
Sounds good to me. All right.
So I guess your drive roll.
Yep. It's a big shame. So because I have a 3, it would be a +4, right?
Forgot you have a car.
Mm. Click button. Yeah.
I don't think he has a car.
Yay.
I probably borrow one of their bikes because like
I-
they have a bunch of bikes. I mean,
I don't think
I
it's
don't
adding
have-
your bonus, is it?
Yeah, it's not.
Use
That's just a flat roll.
use the macro. Like click on your token, and then in the top left there's a roll to market button, and then add your bonus in there, because it's
What is your drive bonus, Kate?
it's a +3.
So you got a 12 over 3.
12 over 3.
yeah.
Like I
Okay.
thought I was hitting the
So
right
yeah,
one.
it's a success.
It's a hell of a success.
So Jed, he resigns in shame. You fucking owned his ass.
I have a feeling I get to the finish line so far ahead of him. I'm polishing the bike, just sitting there like, man, it took you long enough. You sure you know how to drive? Sun was almost down by the time you showed back up. And just smile at him.
He grits his teeth and like just starts walking with his bike away. Sees him and some of his men are like looking at him like, "What the hell? We still got to work. Like we got to do something to pay the bills." But he's a man of his word. At least when a lot of people are watching. So he will not compete against you. So that goes back to the negotiation. So would you want Orwell to talk again first, or would you like to go?
I'll go this time. I'll go. And if I'm being honest, sir, I don't see a whole lot of other people vying for this job.
Well, there's always some labor. I know Jed had to back out for complications with his bike, but I'm sure I could find another crew just as eager as yours.
I'm sure, but in time to get it done.
Perhaps. For procession clients are rather in a hurry, it seems. So as long as your crew has the medal, I suppose, then you might earn yourselves the job. Would you like to roll, or do you have another retort?
Sorry, Tasso came up and offered food. While in the middle of that. Yeah. I'll roll leadership this time, sort of showcasing that, like, taking initiative, taking action to actually walk up and come into him and talk to him first directly.
All right.
Over some of these other groups that seem to have lost their spine.
And I.
Oof.
7, 8.
Oh shit.
That is a failure. Do you want to will it?
So that I understand the consequences of this, what happens if I succeed versus if I fail here?
If you succeed, we'll remove one of these red dice, the -5 bounty chip. If you fail, another one's getting added back on.
Gotcha. I'll yeah, I'll will it.
Okay. One gets taken away, and then mark that one of your will has been spent.
Yep.
Then we go to a scam. 2 scams left.
Aunt Lenny, you have a scam.
I was just thinking. I'm looking at this negotiator support, the +2 bonus. Having been here for 5 years, ever since the crash, really, surely Orwells have heard of me. Wouldn't what would Aunt Lenny's reputation be, being a bit of a do-gooder around Waco? Like, would that work for negotiator support, just being in the same room?
Guess if you're trying to like play your reputation as a do-gooder into this,
And the
I
fact
guess
that
you'd
I've
have to
survived.
make it known recently that you are do-gooder, or spread that message. Do you have a role that could like, or you do something that's very visible that gets that in Orwell's mind recently?
Probably since she's a fenceman, she's basically on the walls, and if there is any point where any of Orwell's men are trying to get back inside being chased by a bunch of casualties, she's there. She's the one shooting at the casualties, getting them off their backs. And she's been doing this for 5 years.
So you want to make a shoot roll to
yeah, sure.
effectively kill casualties?
Since this is against casualties, do I get that +1 bonus from the?
Yeah.
All right. There you
Which
go.
is a success. Yeah, your reputation as one of the most steady fencemen and most reliable definitely brings some weight to the name of your crew.
And to roleplay this a bit, she actually was in the room with Elias. She didn't feel the need to introduce herself because Orwell's probably known her. She would just go, "All due respect, sir. You probably know who I already am. You probably already know who I am. You know how good I do. I'm with this crew. Hopefully that puts some weight in our words right here."
All right. Then on Elias's next roll, they'll have a +2 to whatever bonus they already have. Orwell, I think, takes a long sip of his drink. Says, "Yeah, well, you are a reliable gun. Jed Stevens had a few reliable guns, but they aren't available anymore, unfortunately. Looking like you're the better taker group for the job. I'm willing to close the deal right here and now." Mechanically, if you accept that from him, you don't have another chance to lower the bounty.
But
Or
you
the
also,
chip.
But you
Yeah.
also don't have an extra way of fucking up and adding another chip.
No, but I have a +2 to the roll because of Aunt Lenny's scam.
Fair.
And you might still have will. I have no idea.
I'm gonna go. With all due respect, the price point we're talking right now, a little bit more would help cover the real risk involved in all this. You were looking for a crew that is willing to take extraordinarily high risks for this job, and some of us have people back home we gotta take care of. So just a little bit more would make this a much easier pill to swallow for the risk we're taking.
All right. What would you like to roll? I take it you're not lying, so.
No, I'll roll persuasion on this one, and
Okay.
this
You have
is
an extra
at a
+2.
+2.
14 over 4. It's definitely a success.
Lord.
I have a +3 already. You made that a +5.
I think you smashed that fucking competition with a baseball bat.
So you're out of chips. Technically, there is one more scam. And a closing roll, where you would roll leadership at the end. However, what scam would Yuki like to do?
Do we know exactly what we're being told to pick up?
No, he hasn't shared many of the details with you at all, actually.
Rough!
Hasn't been asked.
That's rough. I think I'm going to... I mean, the only one that makes sense here is intelligence gathering. I'm already in the building, dressed up as one of their maids. He's in his office. That means his bedroom is open right now. We're gonna sneak in that bitch and see what makes this man tick. Does he got a love for porn? Is there something I can leverage and blackmail him against? Is he looking at like furry bits on the internet, on the Ubik net?
Does this mechanically? What would this is just again trying to understand the beta system with the D10s and stuff. What would that do if it succeeded? Like, is there a way for me to raise the number of black chips?
Yes.
Offer?
Offering a spot in this new system, before it would give you more leverage. Now, I'm pretty sure...
Oh,
Read this
reroll
earlier.
dice.
It lets you get another black, I think. Let me see.
Learn a weak, soft, or tough spot of the client. Reroll dice or remove chips during the haggle phase for every spot learned.
Oh, okay. Then, yeah, it lets you re-roll.
I would have done
guess.
price manipulation, but I have no idea what we're going for, so that's pretty difficult.
I mean, it just adds another D10.
Right, but, like, narratively,
Yeah.
you know, if they were like, you gotta go get pillows, then I'd go around the town slashing up pillows and artificially inflate the price of pillows. But I have no idea what we're going for! So I don't feel like I can justify it, so I'm going for intelligence gathering, and you know, maybe we'll work with this dude again, and we'll have one of his spots for a future session. Is that a thing we can do? Can we hold this spot for... Yeah?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's the power of interacting with the same client again, is you often know their spots. Of course, your actions can teach them lessons about themselves that might cause their spots to change, but...
And they also can learn our spots.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that Yukie, just, slips out of the servants', quarters, wherever she has been cleaning. And we're gonna head to this dude's bedroom, if I can find it. Or office or secretary's room, and just be like, hey, I'm here to clean this area. You can go on break if you want. Just gonna tidy up a little bit, you know?
So, you're deception. You're using deception.
Sure, I can do that.
Alright, make the roll.
Oh,
Oh,
Ties go to
that's
the
even-
market.
oh, that's so rough!
nice.
Says, I don't recognize you from the regular people who work this part of the house. Who are you?
She's gonna get really close to this person, putting her face like inches away from theirs, and just bare her eyes straight into the other person's, and be like, "Can you really look me in the eyes and say you don't remember who I am? You should leave. I'm in charge here." And I'll burn my will.
Okay. Yeah, you burn the will. That becomes a 5 over 3, I think. And then you learn a spot. Do you want to know the soft or the weak spot? Or, sorry, the soft or the tough, I believe.
It's soft, tough, or hard.
Learn a weak, soft, or tough spot of the
Oh,
client.
yeah. Which one? Which?
Let's go with soft.
Okay. The soft spot is the show must go on. Demonstrate to this client that no matter what happens, the job will get done to earn their favor. And then, do you want to know the Orwell intel brief? Since you succeeded on gathering intelligence on him.
Sure.
Okay. Orwell was a pre-crash venture capitalist. He found himself in Austin due to the city's tech and internet boom. Unfortunately, this meant he was stuck there when the world ended. However, he was able to convert much of his pre-crash wealth into goods just before the run on the shops began. When it comes to clean water, hot meals, and warm showers, Orwell is never short. And yeah, the show must go on. He is very concerned that the job will not get done.
That doesn't help us today because we're already at max, but could help us in the future. Just don't fail this roll and we're good. I think it goes back to Elias.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to close with the leadership. I'm looking for that right now. That might not be in this new beta version, actually. Because you stopped the undercut. You already haggled. Yeah, I don't see a leadership close, so I actually don't think you have to do that anymore. So yeah, it's time to roll the dice. You've got 7d10. Who would like to roll the payment?
And because of Sin's thing, we can reroll one of those d10 because of the learning the soft spot, I believe.
Well, I would say the person who negotiated gets the honor of rolling.
Okay. Slash roll.
I mean, that just makes sense to me.
Yeah. It says during the haggle phase, the negotiator every known spot rolls 2d10.
I love how Trigger was just like, yeah, that nameless maid NPC just fucked right off, did not want anything to do with that. No response,
Yeah.
just walked.
Yeah, just.
You sure you can't remember me? Turns around, walks away. Not my problem.
Suddenly, I remembered I have somewhere else to be, actually. I hear the drapes are very dusty.
In the other room.
bathroom.
So, here's your money dice pool. 2 ones. So you know a spot.
Below.
You know a spot. So you can roll 2d10s and replace one of the low-performing dice with one of the d10s that you roll.
Wait a minute. Question. Did you roll this, Trigger?
What, the 7d10s?
Yes.
Yes, I just did.
Did
you roll them?
Didn't we say that Elias was gonna roll them?
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I suppose you could re-roll. If you would like a re-roll, since I stepped on the sacred dice rolling activities with the players.
Hell yeah!
Oh, God!
There we go. And then we still have that reroll, right?
Yeah.
Do we want to use it here, or do we want to save it for another time? Wait, I guess you could push the spot whenever. It doesn't have to be, like, just... It's not like a one use and gone.
I'm looking at the haggle phase. It doesn't say that it gets used up.
Damn.
It just says... Intel allows the reroll of low-value dice in the negotiation pool. Every known spot rolls 2d10. So... They just...
So you roll 2d10, and it's basically then you pick...
Yeah.
Although you do need to roleplay into his spot as he offers you 49 bounty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is the condition, I guess.
Yep. As he's offering the 49, I'm just gonna go. Well, you know, with this amount of money, we can really. It doesn't really matter what happens. I think all of us are gonna be pretty eager to see this job through to the end. It's this is important to us. I hope we can work together again in the future.
He stands up and shakes your hand as you're about to be led out, which is somewhat of a risk to him. He's shaking the hand of a latent, so it is somewhat of a sign of trust.
You have like the Joker buzzer in your hand, but it's just a needle.
Oh my god.
That's not. Oh god, that's awful. Fuck. That was not a good thought I had. Apologies.
Yeah, and then you can roll 2d10.
Oh, I was gonna let Sen roll that because she was her.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
First
Big
scam.
money.
So that one is a 6.
So we are at an even 45.
40. No.
No,
Oh,
Plus 5 on what we
plus
already
5,
had.
54.
54.
Somebody
even
record that.
54.
54.
Even 54.
It is an even number, to be fair.
Every time I look down at our characters, I'm like, one of these things is not like the other, and it's not the yandere.
I think all of these things are not like the others. We have legally distinct Jason Statham. We have a character from the Telltale game series. We have a yandere, and then we have a Mad Max character.
I don't know. I feel like
None of them
There's
look
no
like they
through
belong
line.
together. Yeah. The closest through line we've got is like they're all human. Well, okay, you know what? One of them might not be, depending on how latents are considered.
We're all humanoid.
Humanoid.
If it quacks like one, come on.
So you've now accepted the contract. One mistake I just realized I made. I was supposed to roll or I guess whoever is supposed to rolls the d10s at the beginning. The like original offer goes at the beginning of negotiations. So mistakes already been made.
Okay.
So you do know what the d10s are, or you're supposed to know what the d10s are, so you can know if you want to add more or use a spot.
Okay.
It does not
That
seem
gives
that
us a bit more
spots
information.
get burned though, so it seems like you still got those.
What's interesting, you did technically roll, and then we were like, no, we're gonna do it again. So it kind of worked out in the end, where it's like, no, we got the price to go up. You know, in a weird roundabout way. It's fine.
Also, another mistake. So just learning mistake after mistake after I thought I understood this new system, but apparently I don't. So for next time, there's 2 types of things the negotiator can do. Actually, it's not just remove chips. It's either remove chip or add a black or reroll a black. Those are the 2 options that you can do.
Okay.
My mistake.
That makes the system a lot better. I like that.
Yeah, you either remove a chip for an instant +5 bounty to the price, or you counter and you remove 1d10 from the offer, and then you re-roll 2d10s, and you have to take the highest one out of those 2. So if it's shit, if it's shittier than the ones, or if both are, you have to take one of those 2. So there's still risk in doing a counter.
Yeah. Removing a black is just a guaranteed flat +5.
Yeah. Yeah, new system. Okay. Now we'll get back to the shit I know more strongly, which is legs. So everyone's going to step outside of the gate for the first time and no longer be protected by Orwall's walls. And everybody's going to do a self-control check against stress.
We're
They're
walking
stressful.
outside the wall, yes.
Yep. You're walking outside. The weather is clear. There's no casualties. Usually they clear the gate like every morning. It's time to get to work. And if you fail this roll, you take a point of stress.
Oh no, Elias!
I had a tie.
Also, Aunt Lenny.
Oh, there's the button.
Oh, both of you are stressing out.
Apologies. What am I adding to this?
A
Whatever your
point of
self-control is.
stress.
Self-awareness. Or
Self-control.
self-control. Not
Self-control.
I just mixed two.
I'm. Oh shit! I'm good at that. So boop.
It's 1 over 9.
It's a good thing you're good at it. You barely made it.
Do we?
Wait, how
is
do you
it-
have a +4?
Oh, hang on. I thought it was 1 plus what you have.
But
No, it's
No.
roll.
Then
plus whatever you roll.
then I crit failed. Because it's
No,
9.
crit fail is you
no.
naturally match.
Nat
naturally.
tie.
So it's a regular tie. You just take a point of stress. So if you fail,
And it is specifically stress. Yes.
yes.
I feel like what
This
happens
is
here,
trauma, detachment, stress.
the doors open, we walk outside, we see in the distance, like way in the distance, casualties shambling. You guys realize your mortality as you're suddenly at risk to becoming one of those things. All of you start stressing out, and Yukie is just like, wow, I can't wait to be one of those. Making your stress even worse.
oh, shut up. In response to that, she is stressed out, not because of the casualties that UK pointed out. She does say, "Girl, shut up," and she's actually really stressed out because this is the first time she's been out since she was stabbed in the back by a bunch of takers that lured her out. She's still on the lookout for those people. She doesn't remember much of their faces though. But yeah, she's been out of action for a little bit, and now she's getting back out there again.
So you did learn a bit of information when Orwell sent you away. The job site is 3 legs away, so 3 travel events away. And it is in the satellite office of a company called Biopharma Limited, I believe is what I put in
By the way,
notes.
what is the MacGuffin we're actually going for? I still don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm getting to that. He's sending you to recover a hard drive from the 3rd floor of this building, 3 legs away, in the satellite office of Biopharma Limited. And they would rather that this hard drive not fall into anybody's hands, and they want it to be given to Orwell so that they can have it back. That is your MacGuffin, your target, and your job.
Okay. Question. I have binoculars, which allow me to get a bonus when assessing legs when I'm outdoors. When does that apply? 'Cause I don't remember the order of operations for legs and stuff like that.
Pretty much right now, because now you're outside and you're about to be on a leg. Speaking of, somebody roll me a d4 so I know what leg we're on.
Hey, you haven't rolled anything. Your turn. Oh.
1.
We're at the start, guys.
So yeah, you come sort of out of the enclave. Maybe you're just like almost a mile away.
Huffing it.
And-
Huffing it.
You're near a field, and out of the tall grass, you can hear somebody crying for help. Your man's voice, crying for help.
Binoculars time, friend.
Yep.
Okay.
I
So
have that too.
I have a +1 to self-awareness, +2 from Binox. Total of 3.
Is it only one person rolling this?
Yes. If you want to help, you can roll and add a +1 to their roll, but that would, however, be a failure still. If you were to succeed, however, if you fail, you will take. You'll cause them to have a -1 because you like stand in their way or something. So the help system works.
Wait, is that with the
That's with the +2. I have a 1 in awareness.
I had a 2 in awareness,
It's fine,
but
guys.
the roll has been made. And Lenny will reach over. You forgot to range it, right? And just turn some of the dials, but it's too late.
I just got these things. Haven't really figured them out yet.
Help! Help me!
Is there any other thing we can do to assess the situation here?
You have foresight?
Foresight.
I do have foresight.
Oh, I ain't got that.
I have a 1.
It is better than mine nothing.
Shall I roll the foresight? Like a a feeling that you get if something's a trap or.
Yeah.
So I'm a roll. This doesn't smell good.
God
Well-
damn!
That's a failure.
The dice are
Uh-huh.
fucking mean.
One as well.
Sure, yeah. This is something that she can't just let go so easily. Someone's out there crying for help, and if she can, she's gonna. So I'm gonna use a will.
All right. Foresight, specifically, I think maybe you studied the maps around the area, and as a fenceman, you're interested in the defenses of this area. And as the military pulled out of Waco, they left behind a plethora of anti-personnel mines in the fields and the farmland surrounding Waco. And judging from the smell of sulfur in the air and the position, and not to mention that it's been raining a bit recently, causing things to shift around, you're likely near one of these minefields.
Oh no.
Curse the military for leaving all of this shit. Why'd they even get the permission to leave these out here? God damn it.
Because they're the military?
I don't think they much needed permission to do that.
Yeah, they do.
I just had a dark thought.
Who's gonna tell them no?
I just had a
The
dark
other
thought.
military? What's your dark thought? I gotta know.
If we leave this guy, he either starves or gets eaten by zombies, casualties. If we go for it, we get landmined. Probably the right call here is just to put a bullet in his head from a distance. Yep.
Mm.
Hey, how hurt are you?
Somebody there! Help!
About how far is this guy from where we are?
Would you like to go into the reeds and look for him? I'll let you make another awareness check. If you step into the reeds.
I'm
Leading you on to
Potential
a bomb.
consequences of bad rolls.
I'm gonna look at Aunt Lenny and hearing this guy calling out for help. I have a soft spot for people being like this feels like a freedom thing. Like, this guy's trapped somewhere. I'm gonna go get him. Like seeing Aunt Lenny like hesitate, I'm just gonna be like, it's fine. The landmines are probably exploded by now. I'm just gonna walk forward and roll awareness, hopefully not step on a landmine.
Oh my God.
And that was the end of Jason Statham, legally distinct and now dead.
Hi, legally distinct. Jason
Goodbye,
Statham.
legally distinct.
Legally
Jason
dead.
Statham.
It's gonna be fine, guys. What's gonna
Yeah, before you go,
Uh-huh.
Yuki is gonna ask you, do you have any valuables that you want to leave behind just in case, you know?
No.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be fine. Y'all worry too much.
7/2 is a success. As you push the reeds aside and come shin deep in mud, you can see a man lying belly down almost on the other side of a wash in this field. And you can see landmines scattered where the water's been running through a low point in this field, as well as his mangled leg. He sort of looks at you over his shoulder. He says, "Do you have any water, man? My mouth is so fucking dry." And you can see that like blood has pooled in the mud next to him. As well as
Ooh. Damn.
Did he leave us 10 bounty? Is that what I'm about to hear?
I mean, there's bounty. There's potentially bounty in the 10 casualties, one shamble away from him that he's attracted with all of his yelling.
Oh!
Ah,
10 casualties!
that's number of casualties.
About those landmines, Kite. Goodbye.
I can't do a 10 on this token, so I'm just gonna do 9.
Goodbye, Kite!
Oh, I forgot to.
Give
This
us
is what
the
he looks
guy.
like, by the way.
Oh, we gotta save Mike!
This guy looks like Shia LaBeouf!
Running in the woods from Shia LaBeouf.
Well, the
George
casualties are
Bush.
literally stepping over him, almost.
What's your haul?
From-
Grab him and run.
I have, I think, 2 hull. Yeah, I have 2 hull.
I get in front of UKA and start telling everybody to start stepping back. Jason, got casualties on your ass.
You guys are narratively pretty safe from the
Mm-hmm.
casualties on the other side of this like little wash. They are, however, about to be on top of Mike. Unfortunately.
Any way I can shoot at them from here?
Yes. We also might want to talk about actions. It's also possible to peel casualties to like get their attention with this successful charisma roll. So if that's something you'd like to do, however, initiating means initiating combat, so we would go into the turn tracker in case.
Are we trying to do that? Are we trying to lure them away?
I was about to start shooting casualties with my suppressed SMG.
I can probably get away from them or deal with them if they do get close. That's what he thinks. That's what he'll say. He says he's like I can probably get out of there or deal with them if they get too close. Let me see if I can draw him away from this fellow in the mud. And so yeah,
Alright.
I'll try to do that.
Okay.
You do that. I'll cover you if they get close, alright?
I'll get Mike. Because I feel like the minute we grab him and run him away, we'll be safe.
Okay, then everybody roll black plus your speed potential, and that is your initiative.
What is my speed? Oh, I've got a 2 speed. I feel like that speed should be higher because got to go fast, but you know. Huh? My rolls have been kind of good so far.
Speed is...
Don't say that right as we're starting combat, Kite.
It's fine. Legally, the sync Jason Statham has it in his
If
contract.
we
He can't
tie...
die.
Oh my god,
Yes.
everybody got 8.
Yeah, the 3 of us rolled an 8. How does this work?
That's a good
Also,
question.
send you natural tie.
Huh?
You rolled 2 5s on your dice, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a crit fail.
Wait,
But
does
that's
that matter on
technically not.
initiative?
That does not matter on initiative. You'll just
Okay.
go last out of all of them. So you're bumped down to a 6. Who else got an 8? Jason, Aunt Lenny. So you two re-roll, I guess, and then whoever out of you two goes first. Out of you two.
Reroll.
Nope.
Oh,
Did you get another? Oh, you got a
I got a 7 this time.
wabam.
That's you.
You are speed!
Okay.
I.
Sort. So this is the turn order. Casualties, regular casualties, always go last in the turn order. So you've got a moment before these casualties are on top of Mike. Jason, you open combat.
Can I attempt to get to Mike and drag him away? Like, start dragging him away so that the casualties take longer to get to him? Or am I-
Yes.
Yep.
So there is, in the game of Red Markets, you can do 3 things generally. It's a bit of a weird action economy. You can do a task, which is basically something that takes up your whole turn. You can do a tactic, which is like shooting or defending. It's like your action. And then a twitch, which is like your bonus action. However, your bonus action, your twitch, is also your dodge. So if you use it, if an enemy attacks you, you will not be dodging. You will just tank the hit.
So
these
probably try and save the twitch.
Yes. However, you could go full offense and use attack twice, basically using your tactic and your twitch to attack. Or you could go full defense and use your tactic and your twitch to dodge twice. So that is basic combat rules. If you're a melee character, you may want to know about the charge action, which is as your tactic, you spend your tactic to run all the way up to an enemy by making an athletics roll. If you fail that, however, the enemy gets to attack you. That is basic combat rules. Any questions?
Probably as we continue down the road, but like nothing so
Yeah.
far.
All right. So if you want to go over there, like through the little wash and carry him through, I think that would be both your tactic and your twitch, because you'll be basically going down through this mud and then back up and picking him up. That would be both your tactic and your twitch.
All right, that
That's
sounds
what
fine.
I'm ruling.
That's what I want to do. I want to try and get him out. Because
Okay.
casualties are, unless they're like shenanigan infected, because I don't know exactly infected casualties. I imagine they're like shamblers. They're like, "Ooh."
Yeah,
Like
they
they're-
move
they're-
only one distance per turn. So your team is relatively safe on the other side of this wash until they start to make their way over there. I will roll the exact distance if they are actually attracted over to you guys in a second.
Do he need to roll athletics or resistance?
Yes, both actually. Once athletics to make it through this mud, and once resistance to hoist this guy up on your shoulders, I assume.
Yep.
Both of which I think cost a ration.
Okay. And the ration is full. That has 10 charges.
Yep.
Okay. So, going ahead with the athletics.
Ooh, good roll.
Shit. Fuck.
Should make it across this muddy wash.
Yep. And then I have to roll resistance to get his ass up. I don't have a resistance though. I have 2 strength, but that don't add to anything.
Nope.
Yep. I gotta have the stat. Oh, I didn't think I'd need it, but
You
you
can
know what? We're here.
Dragging him, maybe, I guess, back through the mud. Other athletics.
I'll do that. He's already got a fucked up leg. It's fine. He ain't limping.
So you
anywhere.
drag him over a landmine.
Uh-oh.
Hey, if it happens, it happens.
You can't lose your legs twice. It's fine. Well, I guess there are 2 of them. Okay, you
We-
can't lose
we
your
all
legs
would
3
like to-
times.
Yeah, there you go. Wheels would have some words. All right, athletics the second time.
Hell
Oh my
yeah!
Jesus Christ!
That's the best possible roll you could have gotten outside of a crit.
Just drag. It's World War II here. It's like, I'm taking you home. It's fine.
Yeah, I think you start pulling him across this like muddy wash. He's on his back.
I've got him like I've hooked him under the arms and I'm just dragging.
Does
him
Mike
going
have an
like,
initiative, or is he also at the bottom?
He's at the bottom because he's fucked up.
Got it.
So I don't think you make it all the way back in one turn, but you are like not about to be bitten by zombies at least.
Yep.
at
I
the
saved
moment.
Mike and I'm myself am safe. We'll deal with the consequences of my actions later,
Okay.
or the not consequences. The
Make sure
opposite
you
consequences.
spent those 2 rations, and then it is Aunt Lenny's turn.
Oh, speaking of, if you can, because you were the one that gave me my character sheet. It's only in view only for me. If you could give me the permission to edit it, so I can like fuck with charges and stuff, that'd be great.
I think Sin owns it, so
Whoever owns
Would
the
have
changes
to-
item,
Okay, just click the make a copy button.
there's a make a copy button.
Yeah,
Oh,
If you go file, make a copy.
see, I'm dumb. It's fine. I'm great, fantastic, even.
Hey,
I have used two of my rations. Yep. All right, we're good. Oh, and I also have a stress.
what I want to do here is, because my rifle isn't a quick drawn weapon, I have to use a tactic to draw it.
I mean, I would think it's probably normal that if you're walking down the road, you would have your rifle out, unless your character generally carries it on their back.
Yeah,
you don't
she
have
would have.
to.
She would have had it out. Yeah, yeah. Okay. She's not gonna shoot yet. She's waiting until she needs to. Like, if any of the casualties get close to any of my friends here. Is there what does repositioning entail?
I guess if you wanted to get further back or go forward, closer to them, there are a few that are like. I mean, one bad roll in this mud, and these casualties could be a lot closer to Mike and Jason than they want them to be. So
Might as well thin them out.
I mean, it's not like we can make more of them.
Is it
guess I
DACA
need to-
time?
Naka time.
I need to
Okay,
roll their
so-
true distance.
Charges can be spent in addition to by a roll to aid. Okay, so how do I shoot the rifle? It says I can.
You roll your shoot skill and spend a ration, or not a ration. Sorry. Then you spend a charge from the gun you were using.
2 if it's hungry.
Yeah, 2 if it's hungry.
Okay. And
And it is against casualties, so I believe as a defenseman you have a +1 extra bonus.
okay, so I'm going to roll my shoot. My rifle is suppressed. That's the +4. And then I'm going to spend a ration in my character sheet.
Not a ration.
No, you don't need to spend a ration. It's not physical.
The charge in the charge.
11 over 5 is a success, and that takes one of them down.
And sorry, new game. What's my action economy here? I used the
You could use your twitch and go full offense. Mechanically, they're supposed to resolve at the end of the round, but this is casualties, so they're at the end of the round. So you're 4 shambles away from these casualties. There's no way they like really hit you in a meta sense of the game. So by going full offense, you could like do both. You could do 2 attacks. However, if somebody else were to do something that attracts casualties and they happen to be very close before your turn comes up, then you could possibly be in danger because you would be attacked without the chance to dodge. So that is the decision you're making, I guess, is whether or not to use that.
I'll hold off for now, and we're at a good distance, so.
Was that your handgun?
Me? Oh no, I didn't have a handgun anymore.
Oh, what'd you shoot?
I shot a rifle.
Oh, it's just a rifle?
Yeah.
What kind of rifle you shooting?
standard. It's a SWAT M4 that she's had for a while. Nobody knows where it actually came from, but yeah.
All right.
And
But it is suppressed,
I
you
guess
said.
that's my. It is silenced. Yeah, I bought the upgrade.
Do you have spray by chance?
No, that is an upgrade.
Okay.
That's a lot of bullets, too.
How many effectively? How many shambles are they between like them and
4
well and
between.
Mike and Jason?
Oh, I was going to make them make a like another athletics check, and if they weren't, then they were going to be caught up too. So potentially 1.
Okay. I am. Oh, where's the? Because peeling requires me to get 1 shamble closer than the current target.
Yes. So you'd have to get down into the mud narratively and like distract them.
You'd have to be in melee.
Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily needed right this second. I've got my Reaper out. I think I'm just gonna step between like Aunt Lenny and Yuki and the oncoming horde. Sort of get ready to play defense for once Jason and Mike get back up here. I don't really have
So
anything to do
you
right
can
this
essentially
second.
hold your action, I guess, in case one gets like close next to you guys.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, is
Yeah, you
holding
can
an
hold.
action a thing?
Yeah, you can hold. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'll hold an action to make an attack if they get close enough.
Okay. Then Yuki Katouka.
Yukie Kataoka. What does the area around us look like? Is there anything like useful at all aside from landmines and mud?
There's mud, tall grass, casualties, landmines, and your other takers, and a man who's missing most of his leg.
Landmines?
Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea of like what we could possibly do here as far as like I got nothing. I got nothing at all. So, knowing that, I think I also well, first and foremost, I'm gonna step back away from the landmines. I'm trying to become a zombie. I'm trying to become a casualty. I'm not trying to become minced meat. So, on the off chance that landmines could go off and we all get AoE'd, Yuki ain't gonna take a couple steps back outside of expected blast range. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe duck behind a tree or some tall grass, something like that. And I'll hold action to swing if something comes close enough. Otherwise, I got
Okay.
nothing from where I'm at.
Mike is going to pull a pistol and shoot one of the casualties.
Oh,
It is
please.
suppressed, don't worry.
Okay. I was gonna say, please tell me this is suppressed.
Because he is being dragged, so I guess he can shoot.
No, you don't understand. If this dude did not have a suppressed gun, I immediately was gonna kill him.
The casualties are
Nope,
going
shut
to
up.
shamble ever forward. However, that does mean they're not necessarily looking out for themselves to see if they're stepping on landmines, so we're going to roll and see if one of them steps on a landmine.
Uh-oh.
Failure would be yes. Oh, you're so lucky.
We are so lucky! The GM over here like, I hold death on your fingertips!
Jason, you're like waist-deep in mud right now, pulling Mike, who's laying on his back, sort of staying buoyant above the mud because he's on his back. If you don't do something to pull them out, you're both going to get caught up in this horde of carrion. So
I'm gonna athletics to try and pull myself and him out, or would that be resistance as well? Or
You
would
do
that be
athletics.
athletics?
fine.
All right. Boop. Click button.
Ooh, big roll.
Let's go. Let's
Nice.
go.
That's a success.
Okay, don't
Let's
say
give
it.
Charge. And sort of pull him back up on the bank with the rest of your team. Nominally, you can all make an athletics roll and run if you want, or you can continue to fight.
Time to leave.
Yeah, we got what we wanted.
Did we?
This ain't our job.
I mean, friends are nice. He owes us one. Plus, you don't leave somebody stuck behind in the mud. You pull them out. That's what the winch is for.
Does anybody have a first aid kit for this man?
I don't.
No, but I have first aid skill. I could just like tie off his leg with a tourniquet. Like I just rip some of his shirt off.
Yeah, you want him.
I
Well,
have
I
a
guess
one
you've
first
already
aid.
done your
Look
action on
away
this turn.
first.
So I guess Lenny decides if you guys are running or fighting.
What's this
Crap.
guy look like? Is he about to pass out from blood loss? What's
He really doesn't look that good. He's
well,
pretty pale. He's sweating. And most of his foot is gone. Like, there's just some meat dangling down there.
uh,
I'm
I
sorry.
am. Aunt Lenny is gonna try to use her first aid. She doesn't have first aid kit.
Okay, so
But she's
basically you're
gonna try
just
to tie
stopping
off.
the critical damage.
Yep, staunching the bleeding on this guy. And after this, she's just gonna go, all right, once I'm done with this, we're running. So here's the roll.
Rolls a crit fail, kills the man immediately. Let's see it.
God damn it.
Yeah, that's
Regular
a failure. You end up causing him more pain than helping him.
Unless
Can
you would like
you
to.
Pain means
you
you're
can,
alive. Deal with it.
can you also tap references for this sort of a thing?
Yes, you can. Would you like to tap a reference? You know any references that have first aid, or would maybe be good at first aid?
Me?
Yeah. So
What
references are like
references?
the opposite to your dependents. They're like business people that you know. They don't help you for free though. You're gonna have to pay them later. You can tap a reference if you know anybody who's good at first aid in your references, or you can use a will, or just fail. Either one is fine.
I
I do, however, think.
I didn't really make a list.
think-
Well, if you've got an open reference slot, you can fill it with something that you need. However, they stay in that reference slot. You can't just like swap them out.
And
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, if you tap a reference, you then owe them a bounty, or you have to pay them back, or something like that.
Yep, you owe them a bounty.
Where would that be on this sheet?
It is
Oh, there it is.
below dependents, and you have as many references as you have dependents.
Okay.
But if you commit to
I-
having a first aid reference now, that reference slot is forever this first aid character that you come up with.
That's fine by me, because she was in she had to recover for a while, so she has to know someone that does emergency
Yeah, so I guess you
medic, so.
do you have like a Ubik or a phone, or does somebody else in the party have a phone to make the call, or a Ubik?
I have a Ubik.
Do you lend the Ubik to Aunt Lenny to make the call?
If Aunt Lenny's like, I remember I'm supposed to do something, but like I can't remember what. But here,
Never played
Uh,
this game. But yeah, so she starts calling onto the phone, tossing out codes, something that a cop would know, like radio lingo basically. and calls out their position to the medic that I have yet to name. That there's a person that needs help.
All right. I think you eventually get a call, or your call gets answered. And he's like, "No, you're doing it wrong, completely wrong. Why do you even try this stuff? You haven't hired a medic to your crew, like an actual doctor to your crew yet? Are you kidding me? You expect to save lives like this? Yeah, no.
I
Take
just
that
got
off.
back on my. All right. I just got back on my feet. You don't have to
Okay.
get on my ass for that.
Now pull that
And
flap
then-
of skin over there. Over.
Mhm,
Yeah, suture
follows the
there.
instructions.
Okay. Now I need you to pour something over it to see if the blood is still flowing.
All right.
All right. And yeah, the success basically happens because you're paying a bounty. You will owe a bounty to.
House MD. What?
If I can play legally distinct Jason Statham, we can call House. Also, House definitely would survive the fucking red.
Oh,
market
he's
crash.
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
Bungalow.
Dr. Bungalow. Dr. Bungalow.
Dr. Bungalow.
I love Dr. Bungalow.
It could be Dr. Shack too.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
you
God,
you
yeah.
stabilize him. I assume you're saving your twitch to dodge any incidentals.
Yep.
Then Elias.
Yep. I'm gonna grab back my Ubik, and then yeah, I think can I? Is there any way to help, like, since I was sort of standing in front of everybody at this point, sort of start pushing people back, like stay in front, and just sort of like pull
Yeah.
start our movement backwards.
I mean, you have a giant scythe. Do you want to like clear a path through the reeds for people to be able to run easier?
Sure, if that'll make it faster.
Okay, make a melee roll. I think that works.
Sure.
They'll give everybody a +1 on their roll to flee. I think is
We're
fair.
getting chased by casualties, and Elias is out here doing some farming.
Ooh, big roll.
Damn.
Turn 4 is a success. Yeah, spend a ration, and the grass just gets like sheared. What is it like? Gurren Lagann, where he like cuts the grass with the katana, like. Yeah.
And Elias is just gonna say, "I'll clear us away. Get out of here."
The path is
don't
clear
need to
to the
fight.
road. So if you want to start leaving the leg, please just make a successful athletics roll with a +1.
Ooh. So we're doing that silly anime trope of small girl, stupid strong. Can I go ahead and pick up Mike, just fireman carry him, and start booking it?
Yeah. If you're gonna take him, you just get rid of that +1 or extra +1 if you're gonna carry him.
I got you. And you said in this, it's an athletics to run away?
Yep. To leave a scene if you're just being chased by casualties, they're just shamblers, so they not exactly hard to get away from if you've got a route.
I got you, and I failed.
Fail.
Oh,
Do you want to use a
no.
will?
Just, he's done bleeding. I got him. Just grabs him, dumps him back in the mud. I don't got him. I don't got him.
You pick him up and then you drop him down. He's a bit heavier, a bit more chunky than you thought. Mike is not going to shoot because he just got picked up and thrown down on the ground.
I feel like Yuki is kind of like, how do you weigh this much without feet?
Casualties are going to move one shamble closer. They're getting pretty close. And they're going to roll to see if they step on a landmine.
Please no. Please no.
Hey, at least we're far enough away now.
Ooh, that's a crit success, so they don't?
I guess yeah. You're right. It is a critical success. They don't. I thought for a second I thought that was a crit fail. I was about to roll twice if you hadn't said that. That is a crit success, not a crit fail. All right, Jason Statham.
I feel like on a crit success, like they don't step on the landmines. One of them starts beeping. Their attention turns away. We get a +1 to run.
Maybe not.
Damn.
So now you're already begging.
I was fucking muted. I'm gonna pick up where Yuki left off and attempt to pick up and run away with this man.
Okay.
Try and fireman carry, so that's just an athletics. No +1, but I have a +2. It's fine. Jesus!
Succeed.
Kai
Make it down
cannot
the
roll low.
I hate to
It's
say
the
it.
deliverer.
It's no, it's just in my contract that in every Jason Statham movie he can't. I just pick him up and it's like, all right, we're leaving. Come on, pedal to the metal, and just start fucking booking it. Oh god, I should not be laughing this much at this bullshit. It's great.
Make it
The second best mode of transportation.
Uber
Legs.
retreats. That's what you are. You're Uber retreats.
The wordplay
Oh,
tonight is
God.
killing me.
Just airlift.
Aunt Lenny is trying to get out of here.
All right, make the roll.
Here we go.
You do have the
Fuck.
+1 because
Nope.
you.
Doesn't matter.
Assume that ration
tries.
failure.
And then she gets in front of she gets in between the Shamblers and UK. You go first, doll. I'll hold
Yeah,
him off.
I think maybe that's a bit of a self-control check, as you like fail to scramble up the side of this like the ditch next to the road that leads into the field, and the casualties are pressing closer. I think that's a self-control check for Aunt Lenny on that.
Called
Failure.
control. Here we go. Doot. Shit roll McGee.
Oh, take another point of stress.
I manifested it. That's Elias now.
All right. I'm seeing everybody struggle to get away. How far away are they at this point?
You can see up here.
The casualty is there two. So next turn they will be like 1 square away from you, essentially.
So 1 square away means like in melee with us, effectively.
Yes, you could basically walk up to them and melee them.
I am giving everybody as much help as I can get. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna get back in between, and not use my tactic or twitch. I'm not gonna be readying anything because I'm gonna use them both for dodges if needed.
Okay, so full defense is what you're declaring.
Full defense.
Because you have to declare it on your turn. You can't change
Gotcha.
it later. So
Yep,
full
I'm standing in front of them, in front of my allies, just kind of like giving them time to get away, going full defense, just going. And I can hold my own against these, but really appreciate it if y'all hurry your fucking asses up.
I'm trying, God.
Succeeding. They keep freaking succeeding.
I'm not as surprised, you young folk.
Jason, you're watching everybody struggle a bit, but it's back to Aunt Lenny.
I think you skipped me.
Did I?
Yeah, it was after, she was after me.
My bad. Okay, it's your turn, and then it is Aunt Lenny.
Cool.
They're technically 2 shambles away still, though. So
Seeing Aunt Lenny with her foot stuck in the mud, Yukie is gonna now attempt to do what she failed to do with Mike with Aunt Lenny, and just grabs Aunt Lenny by the elbow and tries to like wrench her over her own shoulder, and she's just like, Lenny, Clayton still needs you, come on! And I'm just gonna try and grab you and lift you and run. Because that's That's about all I got, and I don't want my dependent dying. I sure don't.
I don't know if the plus
All right.
one is still doesn't matter.
Do you want a will?
I don't have any more will. I already used.
Do you have
will.
any references of someone who may have taught you how to run better in the past?
Yeah. Anybody tell you how to fireman carry or something?
No.
Steve, the ex-fireman, taught me this. I'm remembering now. Jesus, guys.
Do you want to tap a reference?
You don't have to. I was just.
I don't.
Okay.
This is so stupid.
Okay, then it is Aunt Letty's turn again.
Couldn't.
Girl, I got it.
Make sure you're spending your ration as well, even though you
Yeah,
failed.
I know.
Actually,
I'm
that is a
too
bit
happy.
stressful. So do a self-control check, because it's not just you you're trying to save. You're trying to save your dependent as well.
I sure am. All right, you know what?
Oh, you're good
Somehow
on that one.
I
You're
never
locked in.
panic. I'm locked in.
Okay.
Zombies don't scare me. I want to be one of them.
I mean, I can make you one of them.
Trying to get out of here. There we go.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Honey Yuki, I told you, I got it. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah, you make it out. Spin the ration. You escape the scene. Elias, they are in your face.
All right, cool. Was this? Did you make it out with Yuki or just Aunt Letty?
Yuki's still behind you.
Yep.
All right. Damn it, girl, on your feet, and I'm gonna try to grab you and run with you.
Where we're at this point.
It's just
Alright.
a chain of, I'm gonna grab this person and get out of here.
Make
To
it
be
Yes.
work.
fair,
Athletics.
mine worked out.
Athletics, yeah.
And without the +1.
Hold
because
on.
I'm trying to drag
Before you
Oh,
commit to
yeah.
this roll, you can burn extra rations to get +1 to this roll. I believe.
Yes, you can. You can overspend on rations.
So
to
if you
get
wanna
your-
burn 4 rations, you'll end up 1 for doing the action, and then 3 more for a +3. I don't know how many you want to spend. I'm just letting you know there's an option.
Yeah.
spend your resources.
I'll spend 1 extra just to counteract the +1 that I'm not getting from my own clearance. So I have a +3 to this total.
Oh, thank God.
Fucking finally. Like, damn it, girl, on your feet, and I'm just gonna pick you up and just drag you out of the fucking scene.
Nobody crit failed and stepped on a freaking landmine. What the hell?
He was praying for it.
The GM wants us to step on a landmine.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Well, you know,
So,
now that we've escaped the scene, do you want to roll one last time to see if the casualties step on the landmines?
maybe they would. Maybe they would have. Oh,
There we go.
as you escape up the
We get
like,
fireworks.
you-
We do
You
the
hear,
cool
like, a
guys
pop.
don't look at explosions.
Yep, cool guys, don't look at explosions.
As it goes off, I reach into my pocket and I put on a pair of shades. Right.
So you make it sufficiently down the road from these casualties where they're no longer a threat.
What do we
And
do with
because of
Mike?
the explosion, the casualties are going to go that way for whatever else. Well, we're safe. We'll be great, guys. Woo.
And you are left alone with this guy, I guess, for a minute.
Oh.
Could we call up the Enclave and have somebody come take care of him, maybe?
Yeah, do you think you want to ask him, or?
Yeah, I'll ask him what he was doing out here, because most people, it's weird.
What the
to see
hell
people-
were you doing outside the walls?
Watch this
Yep.
guy end up being like, I was here looking for little girls. It's just like, oh, well,
Man,
back
I
to
made
the
a mistake.
casualties then. Back to the casualties then.
Hang on, maybe I
Going
should
on
have
to one
the
of the
landmines.
landmines.
I'll just fucking decapitate.
Actually, I'm Adolf Hitler, and I just time traveled. No, look,
Also,
no, I was out looking for replacement parts for our bikes. Fucking somebody left me for dead.
Oh, this
Part of
dude's with
Jed's-
Jed's.
Are you part of Jed's crew?
Yeah, I run with Jed Stevens.
How about you don't do that anymore? They're a bit of chicken shit and backed out on this job. and left you for dead.
Oh, well, it wasn't Jed who left me for dead. There's plenty of scum in the gang. A man's got to make a living.
Yeah, but there's other ways to do that. You're running with people who will leave you for dead.
Well, I appreciate the save. Anybody got something I can call a ride to come pick me up? Mind giving me a phone to call or something?
I feel like Yuki is gonna lean in real close and just be like, "How much do you appreciate the save?"
Are you intimidating him, or are you attempting to intimidate?
I'm trying to get some money out of this man.
Yeah, but are you attempting
Well,
to be
yeah, is
intimidating, or are you just?
I
being
don't
you?
have intimidation. I have
Sounds like
no charisma skills.
so. It
Then,
sounds like an intimidation.
All I have is deception. That's all I have.
Well,
Maybe I'll hold up my Ubik and go. I don't mind letting you have a use of this, but we're about to head out, and it's gonna be rough to recharge it while I'm out in the field. You have to make it worth it. Maybe talk to Jed. Maybe get some parts for Jason here.
look, I can put in a good word. I can talk to Jed and see if I don't know, he can hook you up with something. I guess you make a persuasion roll or.
Yep, I will make a persuasion roll, which is
I was
why I
gonna
was
say-
trying to.
Does anybody have sensitivity so we know if this dude's even lying?
I also have sensitivity.
Okay, you can make that roll as well.
All right, so I have a +3 to both.
Anyone who has sensitivity can make a sensitivity roll. Actually, I guess you're all listening to him.
This is my
I don't have it.
sensitivity roll.
I don't
make
have
a
that
straight.
one.
That's my
Okay.
sensitivity roll.
Look,
This
I'll
is
oh yeah, that's a sensitivity. Okay, you can tell that he's being genuine, especially since he's still in quite a bit of pain, and he did almost die. He is telling the truth.
and then this is persuasion.
Double success, hell yeah!
Yeah, I'll put in a good word with Jed. I don't have any cash on me. Seriously, I usually don't bring bounty out with me just so nobody robs me. But look, I'd give you my pistol, but I kind of need it to sit here in case those casualties catch up before my ride gets here. So I got nothing to give you shorthand.
Oh no!
just,
I was almost killed by casualties, but I don't have any money. Give me your hat!
My hat.
We're not seriously stripping this man now, are we, Yukie?
That was not in character. I was joking.
Okay.
It's the hat you never got that you got commissioned forever ago.
The deep lore, the deep cut.
Just put in a good word with Jed, and maybe when we get back, get some parts here for Jason, some extra bounty for saving your life, whatever the case may be. And I'll, what's Jed's contact info? And I'll contact him for him. I don't want to hand over my Ubix specs to him.
I mean,
Okay.
he's not gonna
yeah,
run
he-
away with.
I'm worried. No, I know. But
He's like, come on, look, you'll beat me in a in the 100-meter dash. I mean, it's not like
it's
I'm
not the
going-
runaway; it's the destruction of them that I'm concerned about.
If he
I
says
don't know
that,
this
Yuki
man.
would be like, "Does that even count as a foot race? You don't have feet."
He says he gives you Jed's contact information.
I'll
Damn
give Jed a
Joe,
call
that's
and be like,
dark.
hey, I got your man. Sorry, what was your name?
Mike.
Got your man Mike out here. Apparently, some of your crew left him for dead out in the minefields just outside of the Enclave. You mind coming and picking him up? We got him out of that situation, but
What you see is basically like FaceTime. He's like holding his phone in front of him. He's at the bar, and he takes a big drink straight from the bottle of whiskey.
Mhm.
Says, "Yeah, I've already got 2 boys out there looking for him. Where you at?"
I'll give him location. Go. You might want to bring something to carry him. He's I'd say cold feet, but that would imply he needed feet.
He ain't run a marathon.
We are just taking the piss out of this dude.
You're saying he's a few inches shorter?
Just a few. I almost called him Patty before I knew his name. It looks like hamburger.
Oh well.
You see Aunt Lenny at the corner of the
They should have a
FaceTime.
stretcher.
How's this thing work? Can he see me? Can he hear me? You need to start taking care of your men better, Jed.
The old lady does. I'm sorry.
How does this thing work?
I'm pretty sure it's like a phone call. Like
That's the front cam, Aunt Lenny.
Yeah, like
turn it
she's
around.
at the corner. Wait, is it from this side or that side?
Just take off the specs, point them at Aunt Lenny.
Yeah. All right, you need to take care of your men better, Jed. This man said some of your boys left him for dead.
why don't you worry
Anyway.
about running your crew, Lenny, and I'll worry about running mine. How about that? All right.
I'll keep telling you. You're gonna get shot in the back at some point.
Well, he taps his chest. That's what this plate's for.
I know how
Anyways,
those plates work. The back ones are always lighter.
we'll,
Anyway, she will step away after that and
Anyway,
just stand next to UKA.
anyway, come get your man. We're heading off on our journey. This is about where he is. Shouldn't be anything coming for him immediately, but obviously hurry best you can,
yeah.
and then drop connection.
All right. You survived the
Fine,
first leg.
It was a good choice.
I just had a stupid thought.
Everybody spend a ration, and somebody roll me a d3.
In that moment,
Just a quick question about the rations.
Yes.
How many should I have used there? Was I spending rations to get out of the combat?
Yes. You spent a ration
Okay.
every time you made an athletics roll.
Success or
So
not.
So
I
yes, successful
failed.
or not.
I failed once, I succeeded once, and now I'm spending another one for this leg. Okay.
Spend a ration every time you travel a leg. Every time you make an athletics. Anytime you make anything like physical, you'll spend a ration. Obviously, like shooting a gun is not physical. So, but you do
Swinging a
spend
melee
charges
weapon.
from your gun. Yes, swinging a melee weapon is. Yeah. So the next leg. Somebody roll me a d3.
I like how rations have the qualities addictive. Ah, yes,
Okay.
consuming food. It's addictive.
Mako,
Is
roll a
it me
D3.
this time?
Yes.
I rolled another one.
We're really
God.
taking this slow and steady.
It wins the race. Remember.
She's just going. I'm getting too
Also-
old for this shit.
As a note, when can you use refresh? Is that at any time?
It's
Whenever
that
you
like-
want, but if it's during combat, to refresh something is depending on what it is either a tactic or a twitch.
Gotcha.
Usually with rations, it's sort of because rations aren't like you're not gorging yourself in the middle of combat. It's supposed to represent food that you ate earlier. So technically, rations refresh instantly. A gun is like a tactic to reload. I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha.
But other things like swapping out batteries, it sort of depends on the item. Like narratively, if it would be a tactic or twitch. But rations, I've always played it. They refresh instantly because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, I just switch to my second stomach and start digesting from there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's how you refresh
Yeah.
your rations.
Yuki-E's a cow, has 4 stomachs.
No.
So you come to a bridge on your path, and on it is a crashed garbage truck. It sort of looks like it swerved and hit the side of the bridge, and around it is a mob of casualties in torpor, meaning they are sort of sleeping. Usually casualties in torpor kind of just stand there with their heads hanging. Sometimes their teeth chatter until they hear something that attracts their attention. But there is a mob of them, and going through is still dangerous if they notice you. So that is the situation.
Binoculars.
Yeah, Lenny, you can see Elias about to go try to start searching with his binoculars again.
Son, give me that. And she grabs it, doesn't even use it. She pulls out her own.
Takes mine, but uses her own.
Yeah. And all right. I'm rolling awareness +2 because of the binoculars.
Okay.
So 4. Because I have 2 awareness and then 2 from the binoculars. Here we go. Nice.
Ooh, that's a crit success.
Yep, that is a critical success.
nice.
So you can kind of see through the crowd of casualties, I suppose. And in the driver's seat is a dead man. And in his hand, he's clutching a pair of Ubix specs.
Can one of y'all young'uns look at that thing? That looks very high tech.
I mean,
she hands.
You see, they look probably like the ones that I'm wearing that we've used twice to call people.
around your neck.
A pair of
'Cause
specs.
I assume you're not wearing it all the time, right? Or
It's Google Glass.
It's Google Glass. They're just glasses that I can see through, but then AR, augmented reality, to FaceTime,
yeah.
to call people, whatever. So yeah, I'm probably wearing them.
So you are wearing it. Okay.
Yeah.
That dead. May God rest his soul. That poor man in the driver's seat is holding something. Kind of looks like those fancy glasses you got around your head there.
And it's got a pair of
And
specs.
Lenny hands back his binoculars so he can take a look.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Probably see the same thing because it's got pointed out to me. Huh. Well, do these just look like? Is it possible to tell the difference between like shamblers and like other?
Yes.
Like at a
Let me
glance.
tell you for one. There are 6 casualties standing around this truck, and they're just regular casualties. The only 2 types you would nominally know about are casualties and vectors. And vectors are people who have been recently infected and are like sprinters and have super strength. These are just regular casualties. And there's 6 of them huddled around this truck.
All right, decision time, ladies.
If we can stay quiet, we might be able to snag those specs. There's no reason to let a good pair of tech like that go to waste.
I'll be honest with you, I ain't that quiet. Just letting you know.
Look, I can try, but she opens her jacket. You see the clinky chainmail around her.
You can
Not
see the
quiet as
clanky
the-
chainmail on him as well. on
Not the quietest attire.
Jason's gonna see you open the vest like, I thought that was your bones. Fair enough.
Look,
Why would your bones be on the-
you got some
Oh,
jokes. All right, you good. And she
Oh.
pats your back.
If we can't be quiet about movement, both of y'all got quiet guns. Start taking them out from a distance.
Yeah. I would have to get a little closer, aka my gun only works in medium distance. But I think Lenny's works in a long distance. I have the good SMG. I'm like
That's your baby.
that's my
Funnily
baby.
enough, a rifle is mid-range until I upgrade it.
Oh, so we both are basically doing a firing line. I
Yep.
mean, we can do that. Just slowly tap,
And-
tap, 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 tap.
Yeah, and I'll just stand in front of you guys in case they
Yep. All right.
Hmm,
wake up and push.
Yeah, because I want those
It's-
specs too. It'd be a waste to
It's
just leave them there.
that
Yeah,
it is a
my
bridge after all.
my
If
soft
we
spot
lure them
is
to one
specifically
side,
waste not want not. I can't not want these.
Damn.
So if you guys are planning to attack this small mob, really the way I like to play it, if there's casualties in play and there's really not like a imminent threat, or like someone's in danger, it really becomes more of a resource issue because casualties aren't like crazy and you know where they are and where they're going to be coming from at the moment until somebody
yeah.
fails and something bad happens. If everybody who's making a ranged attack just wants to make a ranged attack, we'll see how many drop before we have to necessarily enter initiative.
All right, sounds good to me.
Um,
All right.
Mhm.
and
You take the 3 on the right. I'll take the ones on the left.
Sounds good. How many charges does this thing have? It has 10,
So shoot.
and I don't.
These
I'm
are
not
casualties.
hungry.
So +4.
Plus, Jesus, you have a +4 to shoot.
Casualties. +3 to for anything else.
Oh,
Yep.
fair enough.
Rolling.
Click button. Here's mine.
809
Ooh.
failure.
And then I
Not
think
a-
Lenny smashed it with a fucking 8 to 3.
Not a crit fail though. Nothing that inherently causes a bunch of noise.
I have to mark off a bullet. Well, not a
Okay.
bullet, but a charge.
Say success is 8/3 was your attack roll, right?
Yep.
Okay. So success, a fail. Are you the only two ranged attacking?
Yeah, because I don't think Yuki or Elias have ranged weapons that are not like a throwing axe or a throwing dagger, and Yuki's disarming personality.
Doesn't work
Okay.
on
It's
casualties.
disarming.
How many charges am I using?
You're spending one if you're just attacking normally. And then I need to find the actual true distance. Okay, I guess they will be attacking you
Yeah.
guys next turn. Um,
If they were that close, I would chuck a knife.
okay.
Oh, they're like one shamble distance away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I rolled that they were at the car. I guess next turn they would attack and then come for you guys.
Okay.
If they're one
I
away,
do
do
not-
you want to step up and give them the reaper?
Yeah, well, because I was already. I had said I was going to stand right in front of them while they were shooting at him, just in case something happens. So if they're kind of waking up, I will absolutely make an attack on them if they're within
yeah.
melee.
Are we
So
the
I
Folgers in
have-
their cup?
I have a +2 to this.
Horrible kite.
Look, man, I'm doing.
Okay, I succeeded, and the Reaper removes 2 instead of 1.
Nice. That's such a good weapon.
I've been
And I did buy off wear and tear, so all this cost me was a use of rations.
Okay. Then Yuki said they were going to throw a knife.
Actually, seeing our buddy here going in, I'll also step into melee and
Okay.
give him the old stabby stab.
Oh wait, oh yeah, I forgot I can use Twitch to attack as well.
Oh, would you have full attacked?
I would have full attacked if I knew that they were starting to wake up, take advantage of the opportunity, but I did not remember. So go for it.
Okay.
It's on me for not remembering.
Yeah, I'm gonna full attack.
Okay. Let's see it.
We'll swing twice. Knife number 1 through the gut. Oh, that's a crit.
Critical
Crit
success.
Crit.
Well, you kill both of them with one hit. You can describe how you do that, I guess.
I feel like Yukie walks up, sees a male zombie, a female zombie, grabs them both by the hand, and like kind of pushes them so they're kissing, and then slits both their throats at the same time. And as the blood gushes out, she's just like, "Ah, true love."
Hey, Aunt Lenny. Do you
Okay.
know anybody back in the Enclave that specializes in mental health?
6 casualties.
Just kind of as an aside away from Yukie.
You think I haven't tried? I've known her for how long have they known each other?
We'll go with like at least a year.
Yeah, I was
I've
gonna
known
say
her
if
for a
not a
year.
year.
Okay. You think I haven't been trying?
Try harder, says the audience.
Girl's a bit broken upstairs. All right, well, at least she's effective. Uh,
I'm trying to make sure she don't get killed.
Well, a small mob stands dead at your, or stands dead, lies dead at your feet.
I'm
Uh,
gonna loot that body.
Okay.
loot
Loot
that body.
Loot
Wait.
that body now.
Unless you want to loot.
It is a scavenging roll, I believe, to loot.
Oh, I need to eat another
Yeah.
ration. Alright, yeah, that's another ration gone.
Make your scavenge roll.
How are you doing it?
I could, and I was actually gonna specifically like the Ubix specs are nice, but there's a car in front of me. I was gonna scavenge the fucking the truck. Just be like, can I find a muff? Can I find like good parts in here? Something worth money, or for back home? That was my thought. It was like,
So you skipping the body and go into the truck, is what
Yeah,
I'm
nah.
hearing. Okay.
it's like, all right, cool. The zombies are gone. Now I can get to the truck. That's what I really want.
All right.
Scavenge is, I think, a +3 for me. Yep. Boop. Come on, take the 3. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
critical fail.
No, not my baby.
Car
Well,
alarm goes off, zombies show up.
You, a little known fact about the Ubix specs is the speaker is actually in that little, like, hinge, or next to the hinge on the side of the glasses. And so is the indicator light telling you that there's, like, a voicemail message. You did not see that. As you go to greedily grab these Ubix specs, I guess, that this guy's clenching. And then the speaker begins to play at full speed. Or no, not full speed, full sound, full volume. And a message begins to play. Truck's almost out of gas. No way I can bring the prisoner back to the Enclave. Don't worry. I'll put him to good use. He's in the hopper, and when the Zeds climb in, I'll hit the crush button. This one's for you, Sarah! And you hear the screeching of tires and the crushing of metal. And everybody who hears it has to make a level 2 self-control trauma check. So, roll self-control, everyone.
Alright.
What does level 2 mean?
It means that if you fail, you will take 2 trauma.
I'm okay.
He's okay.
Self-control.
I'm okay.
I am less than okay.
You are less than okay. However, you did play to your spot and earned your will back. So if you want to use your will, or you can just take 2 trauma.
This is trauma. I'll take 2 trauma. I've got 3 dependents that I could potentially work this back later. I'd rather hold on to my will for later.
All right. You do get a Ubix specs. However, one of the glasses is very cracked from where he's been holding onto it with his death grip since who knows how long ago. Does anyone want to loot the casualties?
Yes.
Make a scavenge roll.
I was thinking about that. How risky is looting a casualty?
On a critical failure, you have to make an infection roll.
I was gonna say I can do looting casualties if wanted, because
Yeah, that's not a
infection
problem
doesn't matter to me.
if you reach into somebody's pockets and touch a knife.
Yeah, I got no will. You can take this one.
All right. Yeah, I see Yuki start trying to loot the corpses and go, "Hey, Yuki, hold on. Let me do that. If one of these is still alive, I'd rather be the one bit."
She's gonna allow you to do that, and like the two zombies that she cut up earlier, she's gonna use her boot to try and paint their blood into a heart, like behind them, like,
Okay,
a little background
Jesus.
drop.
Oh God.
All right, I only have a +1 to this, so I'm not crazy at it. I'm not gonna be scavenging most of the time, but for casualties specifically, it's probably best.
And Lenny gives you a nod because you
Okay.
pulled UK away from that shit.
Failure, but
A failure. You don't hurt yourself though.
Does anybody want to check the back for whoever
a
got
crushed
crushed?
prisoner.
I feel like that's gonna be a self-control check, but there might be something good in there.
I'm not excited to be looking at crushed bodies.
Do you want to try and get the car or the back to open up? I feel like that would be a mechanics roll.
Okay.
Yep, I'll go ahead. I only have a 1 mechanics, but like it's something. I'm not very smart, but I got spirit. Click the button for mechanics. Nah, shit's
No
busted.
dice. Pretty nasty crash, and the car's been sitting here for a while.
Yeah. Like I'm looking over it, I'm just shaking my head. I was like, it's toast. Breaks my heart, but it's toast. Ain't no way we're opening that thing back up. Unless you
Somehow,
got a
I think
crowbar.
that's for the best.
Okay. Well, that is this leg. Everybody spend a ration and head to the final leg. I need someone to roll a d2.
Very tenderly pats the truck on the way out. It's like, I'm so
Whose
sorry.
turn is it?
You or me?
I vote. I vote. Blah blah blah. Ignore me. I'm just yammering.
That sounds like Barlow, so go Barlow.
Okay.
Go Barlow. Go Barlow. Go.
Oh, a 2.
Not a 1.
Hooray!
Okay.
Finally, someone rolls above a 1.
You guys are nearing your job site, but there's a park sort of nearby on the way. And you all are looking out for what could be, your next score, and you just ran into that truck, and you see something interesting. Something rather large has crashed into a oak tree in the park. Upon further investigation, you can tell that it is partially a large balloon. That is all you can tell.
Large balloon crashed into an oak tree. Did I hear that right?
Like a potentially a hot air balloon type situation.
Sort of, yeah, about that size.
Lenny, do you want to assess again?
We always do that. That's all right. Let me roll that shit. That's 4 bonus. Oh hell
Jesus
yeah!
Christ!
I see everything.
What do your ex-cop eyes see?
So what you see as you look at this crash site is, well, first of all, the Ubix specs that you've been using are connected to the Ubix network through a series of high-altitude servers held up by balloons, nanofiber balloons. And you appear to be looking at one that's been downed. The server box itself is dangling from this tree, I think 20 feet up off the ground.
Mhm.
And the balloon is caught in the branches of the tree, as well as some cables that are all strewn about around and wrapped around other trees and limbs. Yeah,
Am I
that's what you
going
can see.
crazy? Do I see computers hanging out of that balloon?
That looks like a cubic balloon. Uh, do we the server box? We probably can't do anything with that ourselves necessarily, but it's probably worth a pretty penny. So I'm gonna say that box there dangling. You see, that's
Mhm.
a valuable piece of tech there. If we can snag that, do we see any casualties around?
Make an awareness.
Who wants to
Uh,
do it? Do we want me to do it again?
Probably just.
Is that allowed?
I, I I can do it with my binocs,
All right.
so at least it's not the same person doing
Yep.
Yeah,
an
yeah,
extra roll.
Plus, usually whoever calls out the "can I" is usually the one I would have.
Jesus
Ooh,
Christ!
a lot of sevens.
I cannot roll well with
Uh,
fucking.
You don't see any in particular, but you do know that you're near like a semi-urban area, and there's always casualties around. Look around long enough, and you'll see one shambling in the distance. It's just the question is, are they attracted to you, or are they attracted to something else nearby making noise? But as far as you can see, there are none nearby, and there are none currently wandering after you. As far as you can see.
I'm concerned about those wires. They might be live wires.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know. Is there any indication that the wires might be live?
Uh, no, they appear to have come off of they're like high tensile wires, holding
Okay.
things
that's not
together.
like electrical wires.
No.
No, okay.
I mean, worth a shot to grab it if we can get it. That's not going to be a cheap part if we want to sell it.
That is true. What do you think, Yukie?
Chainsaw.
That's a bit loud, UK.
What he said.
We don't want to draw any of the casualties around here. Jason, you got any idea? You're more in the mechanic tech field. You got any ideas on how we might be able to pull it down? A bit
Could
easier.
always human pyramid it. You know, like I lift up Yukie, and she goes for it. She seems pretty light. I don't know. I just know I want
I-
it. I don't know how to get it down. I just know like if I lift someone up there, like that might work. Dumb as a
You lift
sack
you
of
lift
bricks.
you lift her up. I let her borrow Reaper here.
That might do it. That thing looks real long. Yeah, might as well try, right? I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
I'll keep an eye
Nope, I'm
out.
not gonna
Make
say
sure
what the worst that can happen that my brain went.
Just swings right back down at you. Anyway, and Lenny just goes, "My back's not gonna be able to handle all that shit. I'll keep an eye out. Make sure no casualties sneak up on us."
All right, sounds like a plan. All right, Yukie, come on. You're going. You're getting lifted. You're going up.
I think you have to spend a ration and roll resistance, maybe?
He does not have resistance, so
It would just
athletics maybe to
I'll roll athletics.
boost you, throw you up there. I don't know.
I was gonna go with boost because throwing her up there with Reaper sounds like a bad idea.
And Yuki probably needs to make an athletics as well to like get the rest of the way.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see if I succeed first, and then we'll see what happens to Yukie. Oh,
That's a crit success.
Ooh.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
Yuki does not need to roll as Jason Statham just throws.
Yeah. I guess that's fair. It doesn't need to roll.
Hey, cool. You saved a ration.
I
Good
sure
for
did.
you.
I was like, I'm sitting there getting ready to do this. Jason looks up, gets an upskirt, motivated, chucks her into the fucking sky.
I imagine how like the camera would show it is like he's looking up in that like area, but he's actually looking at the box, and it's just weird. It's that like, oh, it's fan service. Like, no, he's actually just oblivious to what's going on. He just wants the box, so he's like aimed and shot putted you up, and it worked out.
I think narratively you end up landing on top of the box, dangling by these wires from the balloon that's stuck in the branches.
Can I lower it down gently for everybody?
That is a problem, is because it's not like attached to a winch or anything. But you could maybe try and cut the right cables with the Reaper to send it going down.
Sure, I'll do that.
I guess it would be a melee attack.
I got you. I don't got you.
God damn.
I think you cut
You wanna-
one. Oh yeah, do you want a will? Do you have will?
I don't
Will
know.
or anything?
I don't have will.
Yukie has been tapped since we ran away.
I think you cut one, and it sort of begins to swing, and it loosens everything up, and you drop like 5 feet instantly, and then it hangs again. And the tree like begins to bend some. And you notice now that it's not as well secured, that whenever the wind blows, so does the whole like balloon against the tree, and the tree is beginning to bend. The branches, you can hear every now and again a snap, and then another snap, and the tree is giving away as the wind begins to blow.
Ah,
We
first we
can't
had
stay
death
on
Falls,
by
it's gonna
very
make a lot of.
long.
It's gonna be a lot of noise if that falls, and if we're under it, it's gonna hurt.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab Reaper back from Yuki. Can one of our silent gunmen shoot the remaining wires that are holding the thing?
I can try.
I can try. Shrug. Do it
Let's-
together.
Let's see some rolls.
All right. Here's
Fuck
one
it.
shot.
Oh, I gotta
I-
consume a ration for that Reaper.
Oh my god.
I don't think
I
I'm
am-
needed suddenly.
I am smashing these shoot rolls.
I mean, it's what your character's built for, to be fair.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you're able to like shoot some of the branches holding some wires, and the whole box comes like dropping down, and just before it hits the ground, it snags again, just like literally 2 feet off the ground, dangling there.
Jake.
Thank heavens.
The whole tree is like starting to creak though, and does not like the amount of stress that is happening to it.
I think we grab it and we run.
Yep.
I don't like all the noise.
The
making.
crate is like the size of a small car. Like it is not like grab the
Oh.
whole thing and go.
Oh, I was
I
thinking
was
this
picturing
thing was
like
the
black
sound. Of...
box.
Yeah, I was thinking like a router.
No, this is like a large contraption. The balloon is huge.
What? Okay. What are, because I don't know mechanics. Like hull, right? We have our hull.
Yes.
How does that like narratively work in this situation? Like if we were to grab this thing,
If you were to like scavenge things, I would mechanically give them to you as a haul, and then when you get back to base at the end, we'll roll the supply and demand on the things that you have. Obviously, these are some advanced electronics parts, so they'd be pretty valuable.
So basically, we would try and scavenge what we could from it because we can't take the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. I was already gonna walk over to it and like start fiddling, so I'll go ahead and I'll
Okay.
try and scavenge.
Can
what
I-
can out of it. Oh, good.
Can I very carefully watch the tree and basically get ready to call out if I see things start to break to maybe give him a bonus on a run the fuck away roll if it starts breaking?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna sit here and you focus on that. I'm gonna watch the tree. If you hear me, if you hear me call out to you, like, fucking just leave.
Sounds good to me.
Do you not have like resistance to hold the tree up? To brace it?
To brace it's like branches and stuff that are breaking. It's like,
Oh, I thought
From
the
what I
entire thing was
understood.
tilting
Oh
to
yeah, the
side.
entire thing is tilting to the side.
oh, okay.
Like, with the weight of this thing now that it's been like hung off more.
Uh,
I have a
I-
bit of.
I-
I have a bit of resistance. I can help you.
I have
Maybe.
some resistance. I can try to brace the tree if you want to call out if it's about to break.
Yeah, I'll do
Since
it.
your like
I'll
awareness
keep
is
an eye
better.
out. Yeah. I'll watch for the tree.
Okay.
All right. So Barlow's gonna hold the tree up.
Yep.
Lenny's gonna keep an eye out for when the tree is going, and I'm gonna scavenge, and then Yuki is going to look pretty.
I'm gonna cut the remaining rope, I think.
Oh,
The last bit of wire that's holding it like 2 feet off the ground.
That sounds fine to me.
Because if you're bracing the
Yeah.
tree and I cut that wire, then ideally, the tree doesn't
It
fall.
would just. I think that sounds like a great idea. We'll start with you two then, and then go from there probably. And then once
Brace.
everything is settled, I'll roll the scavenge.
Do you want me to brace first, or do you want the cut check first?
Brace first, definitely.
Brace
yeah,
first.
brace first.
Okay. I will burn my will for this. This feels. There are
it.
3 of us that are going to be underneath this tree.
Okay.
I don't want us breaking, if I can help it.
Then,
I don't want all of us to have to make fucking dodge or die checks.
Okay. Then I guess Yuki's making a cut roll or a melee.
Another melee, here it comes.
Oh, I need to burn a ration for my thing.
Surely I can't fail now. There we go. Oh, good
Critical
success!
Oh, crit success.
nice.
Well, I think what happens is you cut like the last 2 wires, and there's a small thud as the box hits the ground. And the cables that would have been flung around dangerously probably don't get flung around dangerously on the critical success. And just the sort of like unspooling noise when a wire that's under tension, like a big one,
Oh gosh.
like
yeah.
just gets let loose.
Mhm.
And there's like a whooshing as it they sort of all get flicked by the tree, which then stands erect, and then a like pile of cables and balloon gets like thrown up in the air, and it sort of just gets blown into the distance by the wind and the like catapult of the tree
Goodbye
that flings it into the air. And you're left with a crate on the ground.
We can take our time to scavenge this.
That's
Now the
not
tree's not
necessarily
at-
true.
It did make
There-
a bit of noise.
I taking time would be dragging this whole thing back to the thing.
Mhm.
But no, we don't got that. We're in the field.
Well,
So
no, as opposed to just reaching in, grabbing some shit, and bolting, you can actually go in and like
yeah, get the good
disconnect shit. Yeah.
stuff instead
What
of
is
ripping.
what is the rules on hiding something and coming back for it later? GM.
You want to try and stash it. You'd probably have to. I don't know. If you're trying to move this whole thing, it is pretty heavy. It was like held up by a like carbon fiber
Oh,
massive
yeah.
blimp with big cables and shit. What
just cover it in tree branches.
If you want to try and,
leaves
I guess it
bit.
would be like a stealth roll to try and hide it. But if you're gonna scavenge it, then some scavenging mechanics rolls would probably be what
think
I'm looking for.
I think we just scavenge it because.
Trying to drag this bitch back, even on our way back, is going to be a pain.
Everybody
top-
who's scavenging should make a scavenge roll, and everybody who's breaking it open should make a mechanics or like a hacking roll if anybody has something like that.
So I have the. Which do you want for this? The mechanics or the scavenge? Because I could do not either.
Are you? Well, everyone can do one. So which one do you want to do? Do you want to do mechanics or scavenging?
I'll scavenge.
I don't
Click
have
button.
mechanics, so I'll scavenge.
Okay, 11 of the 9. I think you're able to find each of you.
Let me roll my scavenge, because I also don't have mechanics.
We're all just getting pieces out of this bitch.
I don't understand what's valuable in this shit.
Well, me and Kite find something.
Yeah, I think Kite finds 2 haul of the like high tensile cable,
Ooh, that sounds awesome, actually.
and then Yuki cracks it open, finds 1 full intact like server blade from the rack, just untouched, which is another haul.
Got it.
Nice.
Nice.
There's a notes page on your in-game character sheet, too.
I'm writing that for everybody.
Cool.
All right.
Do we move on to the next leg?
On to the job site. Yeah, spend a ration to arrive at the job site.
Did scavenging cost a charge of rations?
No, it does not.
But moving on to the next job site does.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And it's really not that far away from where you guys were at the park as you move into this sort of industrial park / office sector area. And you come to a 6-story building. And one of the names on the side is Biopharma Limited. The people who tasked you with coming here. Does anyone remember your task?
We came to get a
Hard drive.
with information that they wanted back.
I don't suppose the elevators
It was
are
on the
working,
3rd floor.
right?
I don't. They probably don't, Lenny. We'll
Oh.
probably have to walk. If you want, I can get you some crutches. Maybe a cane.
Oh, stop. You funny, but there's a limit.
Look. In my defense, all I'm hearing is, "Oh, I'm old. I'm old this. I'm old that." I'm just leaning into the joke. It's not my fault.
Just like you lean on to crutches.
all right. Hey, Lenny, you mind taking a peek, seeing if you can see anything on our route up there? Or
Sure.
see if you see it
Binoculars!
All right.
Yep.
Binoculars again.
It's a good thing somebody bought them because they're very strong.
Especially when you're outside.
Yep.
Another
Even more when you're
success.
outside looking in. So one thing you know as takers is without the power, every building is essentially a dark dungeon with only the natural light from the windows to provide any sort of illumination or whatever you bring in with you. So it is exceedingly dark inside, but what you can see through the entrance is a lobby. And there's sort of a reception area, a cluster of elevators, an emergency fire staircase, and it's been mostly this reception area has kind of been ruined. There's spray paint all over the place. And, 5 years after the apocalypse, This is what the bottom floor of most buildings look like. People have come through and just smashed shit up for the sake of smashing shit up. You do not see any casualties on the first floor.
All right. I guess we just take it as slow and steady as possible.
I would like to take a moment to ask, does anybody have a flashlight?
Yeah, does anybody have a source of light?
The Ubix specs,
No.
I guess, technically. Small
I think the Ubix specs have an upgrade that let you do that. I believe.
Well, yeah.
Let me double check.
Does the broken one have that upgrade?
It does not.
Let me just check my gear. Beep boop beep. Nope, that ain't it. That's not it. Nope, that ain't it either. Nope, I ain't got no flashlight. I got a gun, a tomahawk.
Somebody want to fashion a torch or a torch? There's probably plenty of trash around to make a torch from.
Okay, there is not an upgrade for the Ubix specs that do that.
Yeah, I'll try to makeshift a torch.
Okay.
What role would that be?
Scavenge or mechanics or something like that to make a temporary lighting source.
Let's scavenge up some rags and a stick.
Kite finally failed.
I failed a couple times, but this is one of the ones where it mattered.
I think you're able to make the torch.
It's probably just got a shittier lifespan than I think it does.
I'm just thinking, what's your dominant hand, or what hand would you hold that with?
Probably
like
left.
Torch?
Probably left hand because I want my dominant hand
Left
free.
hand? I think whatever like petroleum jelly or gasoline or whatever you use to like make this torch with whatever cloth you find drips onto your hand and causes you 4 kill damage on your hand.
Jesus, that sounds bad.
But you're able to make the torch. Unless you'd rather throw the torch away to save your hand. I'll give you that choice.
I'm doing it for the team, doing it for the family. I'm gonna take the 4.
How much kill damage?
4.
Whew.
That sounds bad, but it's fine.
Just your hand. Just your hand set burning a little bit. You know, you don't need that.
And so it would be.
Yuki
So
is
there's
just
like a
like,
little.
does anybody else smell cooked ham?
No, not at all.
I smell cooked
That'd
hand.
be his hand, Yukie.
It's fine. That'll buff right out.
All
Should
right.
we make another one?
Nah. I'm already here. It's all good. Let's keep going.
It's your arm.
So I guess you lead the way into the darkness.
Yep.
Can I scavenge the first floor for ideally a flashlight is what I'm really looking for, but if I don't find one, that's fine. Just
you can scavenge the first floor. Just make a scavenging check.
I forgot what my
Can I help her out?
scavenge is. It's a +2. I think you're always allowed to help if you have the thing. Just if you succeed, I get a +1. If you fail, I get a -1.
I have a.
I can attempt to
I
help.
do
I
have
only
a
have a +1.
scavenge. I have a +1 scavenge. Okay, don't
Yeah.
fuck this up.
And just like that.
You get a +1.
+1.
Okay. Anybody else helping, or am I rolling?
I think I am not, because I am more focused on defense in case something happens.
Got it. Wow, that one saved us.
That
That
+1.
+1 saved us.
I think sitting behind the like reception desk is a dead security guard, and on his belt is a maglite. However, the battery is dead.
It's a good thing Yukie brought an extra set of batteries for her vibrator, and she's gonna pop those right out and stick them in the flashlight instead.
Okay, so you're spending a refresh on the
I will
flashlight.
spend a refresh.
All right. So before
Real
you
convenient. The Maglite and the fucking vibrator use the same battery.
To be fair, double A's are pretty common.
No, this is a
No, a
C.
Maglite is not a double A.
This
It
is
has,
a
like, multiple
C.
C batteries.
Multiple.
That is
Like I
one
would
insane
know.
vibrator.
She's got the extra
Maglite-
strength.
Maglites are like 2 or 3 C batteries. Like,
you see the size of the maglite, that makes you wonder what the size of the vibrator must be.
yeah.
Nope,
Yeah.
I don't wonder that at all.
Oh my god.
This is the game we've decided, guys, and it's actually very enjoyable. I have not laughed this much in a few days, so it's nice to laugh.
So there are a couple paths ahead of you. There's the elevator shafts. There's the staircase that goes up or down. And there are first floor offices, so I guess you could go look in.
I think Elias at first is like, if anybody wants to go looking for stuff, let's at least get what we came here for first. So if we need to leave, we can just do so.
Yeah. I vote the stairs. I'm not climbing up no fucking elevator shaft.
Same.
Brakes are probably out. Thing don't got power anyway. It's a
Yeah.
death trap.
I think the
Okay,
elevator
so you-
shaft is
no.
going to be our get the fuck out. We drop. And on that note, you know, never mind. Yuki is not intelligent enough to have thought. Let me make sure that our escape
No, but
vector
I will-
is.
Yeah. Elias would be. I was already on the same page.
I ain't.
So can I have a marching order, just like front to back, who's going up this staircase?
Probably Elias first, then me right behind him, like shining the torch. Yukie behind me, and then Aunt Lenny. Like, I think weirdly how we kind of had it going left to right.
Well,
I
Yuki's
actually
got a
think
flashlight.
I think Yuki actually wants to be second in marching order, not
Alright,
third.
go ahead of me.
And even better, I can Timo this if we want.
What, you got a landmine in your pocket?
No, the I'll scout ahead
With landmines.
with a stealth score, my friend.
So Aunt Lenny's okay taking up the rear?
Fine by me.
Okay. Elias need an awareness check as you guys kind of stomp towards the you don't stomp, but you march towards the staircase, this fire escape staircase. There's broken glass on the floor and it crunches under your feet. You start making your way up the flights of stairs.
Do we want Yuki to scout ahead? Because if that happens, that should probably happen first.
I'd be
Oh.
okay with that. But I need to go to the bathroom, so sorry, BRB for a bit.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break as we sort of head into the final act of this
Yeah, it's
session?
fine by me. I've needed to pee for a little bit now too.
Okay. Then let's take a 5-minute break. And
I'll be back in 5.
I think I'm definitely down for Yuki to scout. Because 2 of us are wearing fucking chainmail.
I'm also gonna go pee.
Yep.
Alistair. Being so cute. you comfy, Alistair? You like your little blankie? Oh.
Okay.
Well. People back.
I'm here.
I'm back.
I'm
We're
here.
still waiting on Kite. But I think he's gonna be a bit. We can maybe proceed a little bit if you want.
Sure. I don't remember exactly when I said 5 minutes. But you were scouting on ahead, right?
That was the plan, yes.
Okay. I assume you're doing that stealthily?
Yes,
Or...
and I have to rub some Stimkey on myself.
Okay, so you're gonna cover yourself in guts.
Absolutely true.
Okay.
You be
Make a
careful now,
self-control
Cyril.
check against trauma while you do that.
Give me a second. Trying to find my modifier here. It's a +1. this will be the one I fail. And I can't burn anything to give myself a bonus here, can I? Not for self-control.
No, I don't think there's anything for you to burn.
Got you. Here we go. Told you this will be the one I fail.
Yeah. I said trauma, but I think maybe it's actually detachment because that is a little
Makes sense to me.
detached, covering
Yeah, makes
yourself
sense to
in the
me.
guts. So take a detachment point. Then I'm gonna need your stealth roll and an awareness roll.
Was that scent blocker item or was that guts from stuff around?
That's like guts from stuff around.
Got it. Okay, no problem. I was just wondering if I had to spend a charge of that.
Oh, do you have the scent blocker item?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, let me look at that real quick. I need to look at, because there's something about people around you taking self-control, right?
Nope. Just
They
for
get a
me.
whiff of you?
Just for me.
Oh. Well, if that's what you're doing specifically, then yes. You're the only one. Spend a charge on that.
Done.
Is that from Veblin's or is that in?
That's base game.
Oh, here it is, Sim Blocker. No charisma checks possible until cleaned. Then I guess you take a point of stress. Since you're not covering yourself in guts, you're covering yourself in that ick.
Yep. And without it, you cannot do the stealth.
Yes. So, the stealth and awareness rolls then.
On stealth, can I burn more rations? I don't know. I feel like this is
I
still a no.
don't think so.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like this is still a no, but it was felt worth asking. So the awareness is me checking to see if I find
Your
a
surroundings.
Jumbo. Got you. That's a +1, which is not good. But we're gonna take it. Then we're gonna succeed with a crit.
Crit succeed.
Okay. Where's the stealth roll?
Here
Yes,
is
you
the
got one.
stealth roll.
Which, with the stealth roll, it
Also
doesn't matter.
succeeds.
But the scent blocker says charges can be spent to aid a test. So I'm assuming
True.
that
I guess you can
may, like, it
spend
has the
more.
charged quality. You could potentially spend more from scent blocker to aid the stealth check, I guess. I don't know if that's how that
Yeah,
works.
I think that seems logical to the wording of other items. But you succeed, and it's a critical success. So as you're coming up the stairs with your flashlight, you notice a tripwire across one of the stairs, and you do not set it off. Also, you make it up to the third floor, and you hear someone running around, almost manically. And as you peer around the corner,
Oh, that's probably
That's a dying light.
That's a vector.
That's probably a vector.
and it is running around looking for something. It is active, and you can hear under its breath, it's going, I'm sorry, oh God, I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't think you need to make another check to make it back to your group, but if you want to, you can head back to them.
Oh, this is difficult. This is so difficult. The tripwire. Is it attached to anything obvious?
It's attached to something underneath the like steps. The steps in this fire escape are like concrete, and you can kind of look underneath one, and you can see that there's a single hand grenade underneath the step.
Okay, so somebody set this tripwire to keep this thing in. Got it.
I'm back. Also, it looks like I came back to not great things.
No, I actually crit success at awareness and then succeeded at stealth just barely.
Oh, bitchin'.
So, yeah, Yukie will come back down and explain. So the third floor maybe not the best place to go. On the way out, we should probably kill that thing. I don't think it's good to leave that alone with the world. And also there's a tripwire to keep it in with the grenade. So maybe we bring it back to the grenade, it blows up and seals the thing and it kills itself and then nobody will have to worry about it. But we skip the third floor. We go to the fourth floor, probably. Don't step on the tripwire.
Problem is, Yuki, third floor is where the hard drive is.
Shit.
Oh, and Yuki also smells revolting, like eye-wateringly bad, like makes you want to gag bad.
I do stink. I have the stink.
Yuki, what
Okay.
did you get into, girl? Oh,
You do realize all we eat out here in this wasteland is beans. Cut me some slack. I had a moment alone.
I don't smell like beans.
Does she visibly have like blood and viscera covering her?
No.
She's like a spray, right? So
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like a perfume cream.
Yeah, the problem
Well-
is, we need that third floor. That's where the job is.
This just
I
got
think-
real awkward. I see why it was a suicide mission.
How sneaky do you think you are?
Pretty sneaky.
Sneaky enough to grab what we need and get the hells back out of there before it spots
you
you?
crazy?
Or do we need
You
to
want to
go in
send her
there?
up there? You want to send her up there on her own?
I think what we do is we have. Oh. You're not stinky.
None of the rest of us can hide from that thing, and none of the rest of us. The rest of us are kind of noisy. The options are we fight it, or she sneaks up there and tries to grab what we need.
I think you post up in the stairwell. And just be ready to come in guns blazing.
We lure? You said there was a tripwire, right?
Yep, with a
We
grenade.
lure it to that, and then we jump it.
You said that was attached to a grenade?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably going to blow the whole stairwell down, Lenny. If we do that, there's no stairwell getting back up.
Well,
Can
you
can
guys
I-
run down the stairs. I'll jump down the elevator shaft.
Can I? So these were concrete stairs, right?
yes,
And being a fire escape, it would have been made sturdy to go through earthquakes and all that kind of jazz.
You're assuming the military didn't bomb this building at some point, and this is structural integrity bullshit.
Well, we did scout it out. Would you say that?
building
This
is mostly
building-
structurally sound, as far as you
Yeah.
can tell.
A grenade is not a It's not a tank round. It's not gonna take down a 6-story building.
No, but I can close up a staircase.
Son, you overestimate hand grenades. They're meant to shoot out shrapnel, not explode the entire area.
I don't
Uh,
know explosives. I'm gonna defer to the points at Lenny. I assume they know what they're talking about. We all stay in our wheelhouses here at the Losers Incorporated.
I
Yeah,
think our
surely, right? Because I'm just trying to see what Lenny, as an ex-cop, would know that a hand grenade, like, does
cops
she
tend to not
think?
use hand grenades.
There's another aspect to her background that I haven't
Ah,
told anybody about, but
fair
yeah.
enough.
So,
Do you want to make a
does
foresight check?
yeah, sure. Because I'm just wondering, like, based on what she knows, like, would this hand grenade take down this entire building? But yeah, I'm rolling.
Building, definitely not. Stairwell,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
There
That's
ain't
I
no way
wasn't worried
this.
about the.
Yeah, building's not going down, bro.
Hmm.
I
Here's that
personally would
roll.
think the stairwell is fine, but
Ah,
You can't tell, but you're fairly certain it's not going to bring the building down.
hmm. She's still sure though. Like, despite that roll, she's sure that the stairs will be fine.
So if we're going with this plan, who's doing the luring?
I don't think you need to lure until I get caught. If I get caught.
yeah, I like the
Oh,
plan
yeah.
of Yuki sneaks, and then if they get caught, they fucking book it.
There is a mechanic called luring. It's right next to peeling. Problem is, it is treated as the use of a loud weapon. So if I lure it, I'm not just luring it.
Yeah, you're making a loud noise.
Yeah.
Well, if a grenade is gonna go off, that noise ain't gonna be much.
I'd be making this noise beforehand, but true, the point is to draw it into the grenade, so fair enough. So post up out of blast range of the grenade, but close enough to make loud noises to draw the attention of it, just in
Okay,
case.
so maybe on like the flight upstairs down from it, I guess.
Yeah, sound echoes.
Okay. Yeah. So Yuki's going back
Careful,
in.
Yukie.
Goodbye forever.
Don't say that.
I'm
She's
not-
gonna tap your cheek like, stop saying that.
Here we go. Stealth roll.
Very stealthy.
That was
Very
really
close to a critical fail.
I know.
So I think you're able to re-enter the third floor while this vector is like shuffling around in there. And you come to sort of past some offices into a lab with an electronic security door, and the light is blinking on the little like ID card scanner. Yeah.
Oh, that vector has the card.
The security guard had a card. We left it.
We don't know that we need a security card yet.
Nope.
The
Who
one's
has
waiting.
the backup specs, the broken ones?
I think Kite did the scavenging on that. So, Jason, probably.
Yeah, I have the backup specs.
Damn. I should have taken them just now. Well,
We live and we learn.
that's
Hanging
unfortunate.
on the edge of tomorrow.
Let me check my skills real quick. Is there any way I could possibly open this thing? I don't have hacking, I don't have mechanics, I don't have research. Criminality I do have, though!
Oh.
Ooh!
Hmm.
Is there a potentially way to lockpick this thing?
I think criminality might glean you some insight. You can make the roll.
Let's do it.
Roll
Oh,
over 4. Yeah, you know, a burglar's best friend is a duct that they can climb through. And I think above you, you can see a
Adam
duct.
Jensen.
It's just a matter of climbing up there without making enough noise to alert this casualty.
Hit that good old
Or this
athletics,
victor.
athletics roll.
Do you want to eat some extra rations?
Adam
Yes.
Jensen.
I'm gonna burn 2 extra rations on this one.
Got you.
Okay.
Didn't need
Yeah.
them.
Didn't need it, but still worth.
That's all my rations, so I'm gonna go ahead and refresh that. I'm out of refresh.
Okay. Very nice to know.
Silly question. When you refresh it, you refresh the whole ration?
Yeah, the whole, all the charges on it.
Oh, that's... Oh, wow. I have, like, 2 refreshes. Dope.
Same.
So you make it up into this duct. Very careful not to slam your knees down on the like aluminum siding that would just make it like a drum beat, I guess. And you're able to bypass this door, end up in a like laboratory / office. And below you are 2 casualties just sort of bumping into each other. Basically like Roombas just wandering the room until they bump into something and then turning around.
Can I wait until they're not looking at each other? So you said they're kind of moving
sure.
around. And
Yeah.
at that moment, chuck a knife.
Yeah, make the attack.
Oof.
For 5, yeah. 1 drops. I think the other casualty like turns towards that one and begins to shuffle in that direction because it heard the noise.
Chucking another knife.
It heard its French slump over, and it's like... Shuffle,
And I am burning charges of my knife and charges of rations on this. Because
Yep.
rules as written, throwing weapons are melee attacks that burn both. Oh no!
Oh, clink.
Over 2.
Not a critical
Yeah.
fail.
Not a critical fail though. So I think your knife goes sliding into like a coffee pot or something and just smashes into it. Yeah, I don't think that necessarily has any negative consequences because the noise would be away from where you're throwing it as a throwing knife. So
Even if the casualty did see me, I'm up in a duct right now. I don't think it could reach me. I think I'm safe to just chuck another knife.
yeah, you're safe. You're going to be safe from its bites, but yeah, you do kill it.
Just quick scan of the room, no more casualties, I will drop in.
You do not see any casualties.
Okay. Do I need 2 athletics to drop in?
To do it stealthily, you can make me a stealth roll to climb down without making a big thud.
Understood. Let me take a look at my stealth. That's still a 3. Oh no! Just
no, you
barely!
passed.
Just barely! That is twice I've just barely passed.
Yeah. You find yourself in the lab / office. 2 dead casualties. Yeah, if you'd like to do a self-imposed narrative self-control, that makes sense.
I just watched my dependent go up into the 3rd floor with a fucking vector running around, and now we
Yeah,
just have to wait. I'm gonna.
That sounds pretty stressful, yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Stress,
stressful.
yeah.
I keep forgetting that you guys are dependents. That is, yeah.
Self-control. Yep, she gains the stress.
Stress point.
Yep. All right.
I think maybe if you listen closely, you can hear the Vector like run around upstairs
Yep.
a bit. Like you just hear the thudding of his feet.
So you see her just slightly tapping at her arm, just come on, come on, come on. That's me. That's me. That's me.
What were you gonna say?
No. I was gonna react, then I'm like, no, Elias wouldn't.
Okay. Well, the Yuki's still in this lab. There's 2 dead casualties and an open safe on the wall.
That seems suspicious. Let's take a look. Sure. Do I need to scavenge?
You can make a scavenge or a perception or awareness. I mean,
Awareness.
I'm better at scavenge. I will do scavenge.
yeah. Inside of this safe, you can see at the back actually is a rack of hard drives, like a small one, like one you would slide into a PC where they're sort of stacked up. And then in front of that is a broken glass vial. And from the vial, blighted tendrils are sort of spasming, reaching up, and sort of like feeling around. And the blight is the infection that causes the zombie infection. But yeah, they're sort of just there.
How big is it?
Mechanical question.
Not that big, but they're like spider legs reaching up.
How long are these tendrils? I have carpet greaves and carpet gauntlets. Bracers.
Oh, then you could probably just reach in without cutting yourself.
Okay.
It's metagaming though, so ignore that.
It's a good item to have.
Yeah, if the carpet things are fine, then I'll just reach in and grab the stack of hard drives.
Yeah, you reach in and pull the hard drives out, and you notice that there is some blood on one of the pieces of glass from the tube or test tube that is broken in this safe.
Huh. Do these casualties have any like name tags on them or anything? Were they like lab workers?
They are in fact not lab workers. They look like takers.
Oh, I see
these
what
are
happened. This was the last crew. The ones that fucked up, and one of them must have. I figured it out. I figured it out. So the Vector probably cut himself, got infected, then killed his 2 friends and infected them too. And that's why he's saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
But also, vectors are freshly turned, which means the casualties would have turned well before the vector.
Maybe because he got infected from like
The test tube.
the test tube. Maybe it was like a worse strain and it fucked them up worse.
That was my guess.
Maybe it just stayed a vector longer.
Mm.
Is there anything else in the do they have the key? They got in here, so do they have a key card to get out?
Make a scavenge roll if you want.
Sure. Or maybe they also went through the fucking duct. I have no idea.
But would you need a keycard to get out of a secure room though?
Probably.
So I don't have to make noise in the vent up top. Yes, I'd rather just slide the door open quietly and leave.
They do indeed have a key card. However, when you look back, you do notice that you could just open the door from the inside without a key card. You don't need to open it. It's not locked from the inside.
That's
why I asked.
Out, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, they're takers. Do they have any other equipment at all? Guns? Bullets?
I think you're able to find like a machete. Then let me roll actually.
Ooh,
I am gonna take the key card because I don't know, maybe valuable to somebody. They might have some bounty on them too. They're takers, or they might have left it at home. I have no idea. Although they could have found bounty on their way here, so maybe I don't know.
Or if we go search lower floors, maybe that key card will be helpful in other places too.
You find 6 bounty and
Shit.
you find a single grenade. So it's a grenade item with 1 charge, with the high explosive upgrade.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, that's dangerous.
so Aunt Lenny was confidently incorrect down there, but she don't know that yet.
This was a modified grenade.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will take those things. Oh, and a machete.
Hey, machete's worth like something. Man, we're breaking so even on this fucking mission.
Oh no, we're
But-
making shit tons of profit right now.
Yeah, we're
Assuming we get back without an issue.
I prefer we don't count our eggs yet.
thought it
So
was chickens.
probably the most important role at this point is
the stealth out.
the stealth to get out. Here's the part where everything hits the fan and the game gets really exciting and maybe somebody dies.
You
Would you
refreshed
like-
rations? Can you burn rations for stealth?
Nope. I was already told
Nope.
you can't burn rations for stealth. You can't exert muscle to stealth harder. It's not a thing.
It's a matter of finesse rather than force. Yeah. Either it gets really exciting here, or possibly really boring if you just manage to stealth out.
We'll see. I'm fine with both. And in fact,
Aunt Lenny prefers boring.
I already said it before. We shouldn't leave this thing here. It's too dangerous. So, Yukie, even if she gets out, is of the opinion, like, we take a shot, lead it to the grenade trap, and then do a fighting retreat. But we'll see how that goes. Here comes the stealth. This one's gonna fail. This one's gonna fail.
We might not have a choice. No?
Passed by
By
one
one
again!
Again. My heart can't take this, Sin. You can't keep doing this.
So yeah, you are able to like crack the door open and like shimmy past this roaming vector again, I guess.
He can't smell me. That's why I'm all stimky.
Yeah, you.
No, I came prepared. I do two
Good
things. I sneak and I throw knives. That's it.
And you make it back to the stairwell, I guess.
When the GM is just like, I mean, I guess, man, I had a whole encounter.
Yeah, GM's over here like, the only damage you guys have taken is from one person burning themselves when making a torch. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's
So
fine.
Yukie will explain, shows the machete, the keycard, the 6 bounty, and grenade, and the hard drives, obviously. And we'll explain what she thinks happened, which is she thinks the vector is, that these were takers. And she's like, I'm pretty sure that nasty one over there killed his friends. They were all takers like us. And she looks over at Elias. Probably something bad happened to one of you. I don't think we should leave it here. I think it's too dangerous to leave out. We've already got a trip mine here. Why don't we, take care of things and, you know, send that one go be with his or her friends.
Frankly, if that trip line is there, it's not really going anywhere safely. But if we trigger that, now we're dealing with whatever Zeds decide they heard that noise and hear it as a dinner bell. It's going to make us getting out of here way more difficult.
Are
I
you
agree.
certain that there is a 0% chance it will ever leave through a window or that elevator shaft, and how many deaths are on you if that happens?
I'd
None
rather
that I
not
care
leave.
about.
UK is right though. I'd rather not leave a vector that might be a problem in the future just running around.
That
Fair.
that sounds like a great philosophical question right there, but we got what we need, and the engine's running. I think we need to get the fuck out.
Killing one vector ain't gonna make the difference. There are already enough out there.
I agree.
Did you guys put it to a vote, or are you?
I think
I
we're
think
we're
we're
tied
dead.
down the
We're
middle.
dead.
Dead
We're dead
tie,
split.
yeah.
Okay. I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Start banging on the stairs.
Mm-mm. Wait, are you doing that?
No, I'm just saying. No, she's not doing that.
Let me look through my items real quick because I feel like there's something I can do here. What if? So we have a torch. And we can go get the boots from the security guard downstairs. We use his clothes like a rope. And tie him to the ceiling. And you light him on fire. We leave. At some point, that fire will burn the rope. He'll thud and make a really loud noise. Then the vector comes and trips the mine. Then it's not our problem anymore. We're out. Hopefully it dies.
So
Fine by me.
Anne
So long as it'll get us out of here relatively quick and
Yeah.
without us specifically dealing with that thing, I don't care what happens. I'll help
Yeah.
you with it.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna need some sort of roll to build this contraption.
I think that's you, Jason. I think that's an engineering.
You want that there mechanics roll? I don't know why I went real southern. Southern Jason Statham. That's a thing. I pull out my multi-tool, which gives me +1 to mechanic tests, which I will have to spend a charge of because that's just how things work here. Click button. Yep.
That or
and
maybe like
then,
criminality, making a trap kind of a criminal thing.
This. Nah, I see it more as a mechanics thing personally.
I mean, it's
I
a
feel-
simple little, like, just rope, basically, that's on
Yeah.
fire that eventually
but-
falls.
Knowing how to set it up so it doesn't fall prematurely or
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And we roll. Hey, we're in there.
let's go.
It's a success.
Yep. I use the
Yeah.
torch. Now I don't
So
gotta keep
The
burning my
plan
fucking
is
hand.
grab the security guard downstairs, drag
Yeah.
him up here, strip him of his clothes and use it as rope, tie him literally to the ceiling, or like above,
Okay.
near-ish the grenade, then set his dry body on fire because he's been sitting here withering for a while. He will burn. It'll hit the rope. That will burn, which will break the rope, and then he falls, making a thud. Ideally, that calls the vector, and then we hear a boom as we don't look at explosions.
I feel like this is a detachment roll.
yeah, you are like stringing up a dead human body. I agree. I think everybody involved in this process needs to make it self-control.
All right.
Yep. I suggested it. I feel like I also need to make a self-control here.
Oof. I'm willing that. Fuck that. I'm taking the 10. I have 2 will points that I have not used.
I think you're gonna use the other one on this trap here before we die. I'll fail.
Okay, if you fail, take a detachment.
Aunt Lenny is not one for messing with a corpse, so she's gonna bow out of this idea.
She's just
Okay.
gonna walk outside
Yeah, she's just gonna cover the back
and just leave.
before she leaves. Yukie, you smart, but that's a little fucked up. I'm just gonna walk past and
Very specifically,
Make-
Yukie is gonna turn to Aunt Letty and be like, "Friendship is its own form of love. I'm just trying to help them be together again."
just shakes her head and walks off.
Stinks, by the way. So smelly that you can't even like breathe without holding your shirt up. But I think this works. Everybody who's involved who failed takes a detachment. But I guess you guys leave basically as this body starts to smolder away. And maybe you make it a few blocks away before you hear the popping of windows and glass shattering and like a boom that just rustles the whole area and dust comes flying out of the building.
Oh, it was a high explosive.
In windows. And yeah, you make it away from the job site.
As casualties swarm the loud noise.
Yeah.
Which means
we
our
were gonna
walk
be
away
in that
is-
stairwell. He says under his breath.
I will point out, I probably imagine, like, kind of cinematically, as the explosion happens, we hear the rattling and shattering of windows and the cacophony. We all turn to the explosion just very slowly, then all look at Aunt Lenny and raise an eyebrow as like, I think you might have been wrong. and then keep going.
I was actually about to like, what, we just change our name to Cool Guys because this is twice in one session we have not looked at an explosion behind us.
Okay, but only one you set off intentionally, though. Only one you.
That hey, we could have set off the mine. We set off the mine by choice, technically. Trust me, bro.
Lenny would look at everybody. All right, I'm not beyond saying I was wrong.
Let's go.
Yuki
home.
will put her hand on Aunt Lenny's back and be like, "I'm so glad you're finally admitting it. See, it's really important that people who love each other get to be together." She completely misinterpreted the fact that you said you were wrong about the stairs to be wrong about getting the Vector to be dead with the casualties and be with their friends again in the afterlife.
Why are you like this?
Well, in red markets, there's an automatically assumed return to camp. So essentially, you have completed the job.
Yay!
And for the most part, completed the session. Now, what matters is your upkeep. I think you guys made a decent bit of money because it was 54.
54.
And
and I found
plus
6.
what you found, plus anything you need to sell. So
we are at 60 before we sell anything.
That's 15 a pop.
Yep. Which that means I made a $5 profit.
Did you?
Yep.
Where's my upkeep?
Because my upkeep. Is it maintenance? Maintenance is upkeep.
No,
right?
it's under gear and bounty. If you go down all the way to the bottom.
because you have to pay rent, you have to pay for your dependents, and you have to pay for survival.
And then
So
your
one-
equipment is another 10. So Kite, you only made 2.
15 is my maintenance and breakpoint.
Okay. Do you have any dependents?
So that is including dependents.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the breakpoint is my 3 dependents plus rent plus survival. So that's 5. Then my maintenance is 10.
Okay.
Yep. Mine is my whole maintenance and sustenance and rent and dependence is 13. So I did make 2
Question
money.
about maintenance. Do you have to roll maintenance on things you didn't use?
Yes.
Okay.
Although if you intend to sell them right now, you don't have to.
Well, I
So,
more meant like I think Kite has a tomahawk and chainmail, which like that never
You
came
still
up.
have to pay upkeep Because bringing them into the field, they assume some wear and tear that needs to be
Yep.
paid at the end of the week.
Fair enough.
So-
So what that means for me, because I also have the glasses. Do we want to keep the glasses?
Can
Big
either
specs are very useful if we want to repair them. If someone wants to take on that cost.
You can pay a bounty to repair them and have a Ubix spec item, which I think costs more than one bounty were you to buy them.
It would cost 4 if we were to buy them now.
Otherwise, we're just paying 1 to have it,
One to, yeah.
and then the upkeep on it would be
2.
2.
Unless it has any upgrades. Well, upgrades.
The upgrades don't raise
Don't
upkeep unless they
change
say so.
I'm gonna go ahead. If no one else wants them, I'll take them, and I'll pay. I have 1 bounty in my pocket to repair them.
Okay.
There's also the question of how much is it to remove stress?
That is for next session. With the vignettes, you will remove some stress, as well as you can pay a little bit of extra money to heal some stress
Understood.
later. But you might want to, yeah. You have a couple things to sell, haul-wise, I'm pretty sure. Cable and advanced electronics, I think.
Yeah, there were
Oh yeah.
Yep.
How much are those
We
worth?
two
also have
hauls worth of cable.
Yep. We also have a high explosive grenade and a machete if we want to sell that as
I'm
well.
keeping the grenade.
Possibly the
think-
key card.
The key card might be worth something to someone. Like if it
Yeah.
had like somebody's identity on it, it might be worth a bounty. That's why I was like, yeah, maybe. And if not, like having it's not a bad thing. You never know.
The way I was thinking is depends on what kind of key card, because there's like 4 different kinds that we use in real life. There's like IV readers, and then there's like the kind of like bank card ones,
How much do things
and
sell
then
for?
ones that got chips.
Well, the server blade is going to sell for 14.
Ooh.
The
Damn.
cables are unfortunately not in high demand, and they're going to sell for 2 each.
Oh,
That's
That
18 total.
and then selling.
Was there any other haul? Yeah, machete, which
Wait, we only had. Oh yeah, we only had 2. Yeah.
does not sell for much. You can make a networking roll to try and sell it higher if you want. If anybody has networking.
I'll try and hawk it. I have networking.
Okay.
I do not have networking. I left that to other people.
I'm weirdly the skill monkey, which is funny.
Let's go.
9
Fuck it.
is success. So you can sell it for 2.
Oh, even 20. Nice, which means each of us get 5 more. I have now officially made a profit. I made a profit of 5.
Where do I put bounty on my character sheet?
In the gear page, I think there's a bounty bank.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a bounty tab on the character.
Savings?
Found it. That's the very bottom left of the gear plus bounty. The savings are specifically for your retirement.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep, and I've got in my shenanigans, I've got 5 buckaroos.
So you sold it for 2? That means we made exactly 20 more, which means everybody gets 5 more.
Yep, which
Yep.
means I made $5 because I upgraded.
I have 8
I-
right now.
I fixed the U spec and then immediately had to pay upkeep on them, and then the 5 got me actually money. I'm
And
expensive
the machete
now
got
that I
sold, right? The machete got sold?
Yep. Machete's gone. I don't think anybody cares about the key card, so I think Yuki just owns a key card now.
I found a flashlight.
Mm-hmm. I think you hold on to that.
I think I hold on to that.
Plus, it uses the same batteries as the equipment you have. Obviously.
Your secret equipment, Yuki.
Equipment.
I'm not gonna look, man. I'm sugarcoating it for the audience. It's fine.
The nice thing about being a chumbus who can only sneak and throw knives and has no items at all is my total
money?
spent was 8. Everybody got 20 in total, minus whatever your upkeep was. My upkeep is 8 for everything. So I'm profiting 12 here.
Rolling in
My
it.
upkeep is 12.
My upkeep is now 15, actually.
So you and I have the same
Yeah.
upkeep.
Yeah.
So y'all both made a 5 profit. Mako made an
Yep.
8 profit. I made a 12 profit. Although
maybe we,
that scent blocker cost me a lot. I mean, it worked. That it basically
was-
solved the crisis
Yeah.
at the end, but
Yeah.
That
was the reason we succeeded that. Without
does
a
anybody
fight.
else have Carpet Gauntlet / Greaves?
I do.
How do we? That one says no upkeep required. It says upkeep only through scavenging. Otherwise, no upkeep required. Do we need to?
You physically need to scavenge carpet in the field during scenes to
Okay.
get charges back for that.
Gotcha. Well, I didn't spend any charges. Unless
Same.
No. You weren't bitten, so I don't think that was torn up.
Gotcha. We did it!
As
we
a
did
note,
Yeah.
Trigger for the Binocs. One of the upgrades is the Spotter's Kit. It says, as a task action, I can give a +2 to shoot to another shooter in the same round. Can we do that in those sorts of situations where we're not technically in combat yet, like where we had those torpor zombies?
I think so. I think that would make sense.
Basically, spot for one of the
Yeah.
shooters.
You wouldn't be making an attack yourself, but you'd be giving somebody a +2.
Yeah, that's for like hold my scythe off to the side in one hand, binoculars in the other, just kind of spotting until they get close, and then
Yeah.
get into combat.
Somebody make sure we do notate what's his name's soft spot when we got.
Oh yeah.
Making sure the job gets done.
I have a screenshot of it.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Mako. Man, I just thought about it. Music was supposed to play today. We would have had music taking notes.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, music is like queen note taker. Like my
If
note
music
taking
had
is
played
garbage.
today, everybody's take was 60. It was 20 total because it was split 4 ways. 60 would have been split 5 ways, and you would have gotten 12 each instead.
There would have been another D10 at the initial offer, though, because there's one per taker.
I didn't know that.
In the new system, it's one per taker, and then one per leg, and then one per any like favors that they owe you.
What's interesting about that is even then, even if we had rolled a straight 10, that would have brought us to 70 divided 5 ways, which is 14 each.
Well, it would have been 8d10, so it would have been 80 max.
It's definitely diminishing
'Cause we
returns
had-
on taking more takers with
Yep.
money.
There's diminishing
we
returns
had-
with bringing more people.
We had 7.
Economical horror, guys.
I hate it.
I like it.
I had fun.
Yeah, I did too.
I had fun.
I can see parts of this that are we still on stream? Do you want me to talk
Yes.
about this on stream?
You can talk about it on stream, yeah.
How I feel?
It's
How
our
I feel?
first time playing it.
Yeah, because I feel like I don't know. Maybe people would want to know how we feel about the system for people who are maybe new or people who have played it and then are playing again after some hiatus. This is my first time playing Red Markets. Hello, stream chat. I have not talked to you guys much. Apologies. I usually yammer at y'all a lot more. Kind of tired. I think it's interesting. It is very nice to have a very almost pure narrative game where the mechanics are not loosey-goosey, but they're not as strict, I guess, is the word.
The mechanics are designed to push a narrative, not to push
A mechanic.
let's do a spreadsheet simulator and see who rolls better.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know how I really feel. Like I had fun, but I can't tell if that's because of the system or because you guys are fun to play with. But I did have fun, and I'm still willing to give this system a couple more shakes.
It's definitely unlike other systems.
Yeah. Especially like because I am a big I guess rules heavy kind of D&D player or TTRPG player, where a lot of the games I play are rules heavy, like Pathfinder, Level Up 5e, Lancers, kind of rules heavy stuff like that, where the narrative is there, but mechanics trump almost everything. So if you can't do the thing, you can't do the thing, and I'm fine with that. I think my biggest problem with like almost loosey goosey narrative is like I don't have definitive what can I do,
Yeah.
and that usually throws me for a loop because I'm not super creative. And if
Red
anybody,
Markets is on the opposite spectrum of a game like Call of Cthulhu, where there's like a skill for like literally everything.
yeah,
And if like you're not good at that, then I know you're not doing it. But like it's broad, and that almost like when you have too many choices, you don't know what to do. So
I think there's just enough choices to be able to say, hey, I'm going to do this thing, but you still have to kind of narratively be able to not justify it, but like believe that you can do it.
yeah,
Because I never felt like I had to justify anything. I always had to be like, hey, could I? It never felt like I had to argue for it, and I do appreciate that.
yeah.
I did
We're here to roll the dice, so
Yep. Also, I still feel that this game epitomized the Jason Statham contract of he's not allowed to lose. By the way, he has that. He has that in all of his contracts. Jason Statham and The Rock both have in their contracts they can't lose fights unless and if they do lose the fight, it's because of either overwhelming numbers or it's to move the plot forward just a little bit. But they never lose like at the end. It's why Black Bolt, Black Lightning, whatever the one that The Rock did that was like Shazam's nemesis that sucked really bad is because The Rock couldn't lose.
there's literally a fight between Jason Statham and The Rock where they draw because they're like rivals, but both of them in their contract cannot lose in Fast and the Furious. So they just like they get separated basically. I think once they're like the floor collapses and The Rock gets separated, and the other time The Rock tosses him out of a window, but he's fine. But they're separated, so they can't continue the fight. So neither wins. They just like fought.
What's funny, another thing happened back in the past. I know this is a small tangent, but I think it's funny. The old Adam West Batman was playing at the same time as a show called The Green Hornet, which was Bruce Lee's American debut, kind of. That's where he got his start in American film. And Bruce Lee is a very good martial artist. Robin in Adam West's Batman was also a very competent martial artist. He was not Bruce Lee though, and there was going to be a segment where Robin and Kano, which was Bruce Lee's character, were going to fight, and Robin was scared shitless because he knew how much of a threat Bruce Lee was in a fight and how like hard he hits, and may have made a joke or two at his expense. And he was just like, I'm gonna kick your ass. And the day of the shoot, he like chases Robin around, like not on screen, but like as a joke, and then they start laughing about it. And they came to the conclusion the best way to settle the beef in the story was for both Robin and Kano to both get a really good hit in, and then Batman and the Green Hornet to pull them apart and be like, hey, we're on the same side. So no one looked like an idiot. It was both are very competent. It's just they're on the same side. There's your kite fun fact for the day. But yeah, I had fun. Red Markets is interesting and neat. I'm willing to give this game more shots. And I'm also willing to just be the Phil to help facilitate things. Because that's what I do here. I'm the Phil guy.
I think this game gets more fun as you continue to play it and learn how to improv and come up with on-the-spot things. Like having references that you literally make up on the spot is very interesting, because you literally just tell the GM who exists in the universe and suddenly they do.
Oh yeah, whoever paid for a reference needs to pay their reference back bounty. So
That's me.
That's on that.
You're
Are
one
we going
bounty
with
shot.
Doctor.
Yeah,
I'm one bounty shy.
It's Dr. Bungalow.
Dr.
We're
Bungalow!
sticking with Dr. Bungalow.
Well, what are our options here? There's a shack, bungalow, hut, duplex. We call him Dr. Duplex. Apartment, townhouse, which I would probably call townie. What else? Box, because you live on the box, a box on the side of the road. Trailer, RV. I'm just listing off places where you can live and sleep. Mansion, Dr. Mansion.
Dr.
Do we-
Mansion.
Do we have any other closing remarks for this session before I end stream here?
Duke, Mako, any thoughts, comments, concerns? How do you guys feel? I talked a lot. Apologies. I want to get y'all's opinions. If you have any. If you don't, and just be like, yeah, have fun. That's fair.
I feel good. This was really fun. This is definitely different from what I've gotten used to now. I started off with Lancer, which is a bit crunchy. And then we went to 5e, and then we started A5e, level up 5th edition. And
This
now
is
we're
like
playing
the opposite end
Theater of the Mind.
Lancer.
Yeah.
Like it's no battle
Now I'm
maps.
playing Theater of the Mind. Like I don't have a battle map to look at where I can go. But I love it because I try to be very narrative with how I play a character, and I think I want to keep playing this game.
Yeah, no, I love Red Markets. I played briefly the last attempt that we had to play through a campaign of Red Markets, and no, it's a lot of fun having the freedom to just sort of, hey, this makes sense as something my character would do. It's not so much a can you do the thing. It's okay, what are you doing? What are you rolling to do that thing? You can do the thing. It's just what makes sense, and then so you can sort of do anything within reason. Which is very freeing, I think is the word.
And I know I've harped on this a lot before in the past, but I really don't like things like 40k, like Warhammer 40k, where there's like a trillion planets with a quintillion amount of humans. The fact that there are very real stakes and you can actually feel the emotions of the individual characters because there's a limited number of people in this fucked up world really draws me to it, and I like that. And I like that it pulls you into the story of what is going on with people. Like, I didn't get a whole lot of what is going on in Jason Statham's head today, but I look forward to seeing, deeper in more than is he just the deliverer.
Legally distinct Jason Statham.
I hate to tell you, but do you know what's going on in his head?
He's probably thinking about Wheels back home.
No, it's deja vu.
Family.
Have I been in this place before? I am on the street. Da, 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 da.
It's just
Trigger,
replaying nonstop.
How did
in
you
his
feel
head.
about it? Apologies if we completely debunked your ending there.
No, this is not the first time I've run this job before.
Ooh,
If you want to know a little bit behind the curtain,
always.
the last people who did this job ran into the Vector by making a loud noise. Well, the loud noise was them stepping on the landmine or the tripwire. But that moment of suspense right after they, took damage from this grenade and were gonna have to fight this Vector was sort of cut short by the first person in the first round of combat rolling damage 10, hit location head, and immediately killing the Vector in one hit. So
Just the shot connected and gone.
yeah. So the Vector appeared in scene. The very first attack against the Vector killed it instantly. So, at least this time you guys had some suspense sneaking around it. Maybe you made technically, stealth is rolling against the Vector, so you had to make a few more rolls. Better than last time.
I'm surprised.
Wouldn't have to fight it though.
I would have expected the grenade to summon up a bunch of casualties, and even though they killed the Vector, it's still.
Oh, it did.
Oh, okay, got you.
But they were they hauled ass into the lab, so it wasn't an immediate threat to them. After they one-tapped the Vector.
The big threat was gone. The little threats are also here, but we got time before they show up in force.
Yeah.
It's like in the zombie movie where the loud noise attracts the zombie, but the zombie will be there in 4 to 5 business days. The Vector was express delivery.
Yeah, and every time there's a
That
loud
shit was
noise,
overnight.
Same day delivery. Beep beep. Wham! Through the front fucking door in a truck.
I roll how far they are away, which can really fuck up a scene quickly, because if I roll they're one shamble away, they're basically coming out of the closets, out of the ground, and fucking chewing on your ankles already.
Which is fucking terrifying.
In the session that I played last Sunday, I had somebody make a loud noise and then roll 9 casualties, 1 shamble away. It's a very interesting fight after that.
Oh,
Did they live?
Somehow, nobody got bit. The investment in chainmail and carpet greaves saved a few people from death. One other thing that I did not change from the beta is in the beta version of 2E, there's 10 hit points in the chest. In the first edition, there's 20. That didn't affect you guys much, but on my Sunday game, I had a player take 17 torso damage. So they would have been very dead. So in Red Markets 2E, takers are a bit more squishy. But I don't really want to change that just yet.
I think
We'll see
it
what
might be
happens.
offset by itemization in Red Markets too. I don't know. I haven't seen the book at all, so let's take a look.
They contracted some skills together, so they're a bit more generalized, even more.
I feel like I was weirdly effective at the things that no one else was, and that felt great. Because, like, I think everybody had a little bit of scavenge, but I think I was the best at it. And then I don't think anybody had mechanics. Nobody really had first aid, stuff like that. It's like, man, it feels nice to be able to be like, I got 1 point.
I have 0 points in intelligence skills.
I put them in very, very few because I think we looked at it as like, what would a mechanic have? First aid, and mechanics. First aid because sometimes you fucking cut yourself on the knuckles, and mechanics because you got to know about the cars you fix it up, and that works.
If I had remembered, like it was already still it felt good, but if I had remembered, I could have in 1 turn killed 4 of the in that horde by the
with the full attack?
truck with the full. If I had gone full offense, because there were 4 left, and it really showcased. Thank you for showing me that weapon because I just didn't know the items. But the Reaper is very good, and I'm very much considering getting the upgrade that
Yeah, well, you can kill 6 in a turn.
I can get 6 in a turn.
That is a ridiculous amount of kills.
Yep, each success against casualties removes 3 from a mob. So
like,
each attack, if I succeed, kills 3.
what's the downside to the Reaper? Is it just like hella heavy and like annoying?
The downside to all melee weapons is you're just burning through rations like crazy, and you saw how you're using rations to do athletics. You're using rations to kill people. I'm sorry, to help to carry people. You're using rations to go through legs. You're using rations to fight now because you're using melee things.
To dodge attacks too.
You're also using rations to dodge attacks or parry.
Normally, it also has wear and tear. So because it's a melee weapon, every time I use it, it burns a charge. So I would only get 10 attacks. I bought that off with an upgrade. At base, I kill 2 instead of 1 for casualties. There's no bonuses. I get no bonuses or anything against people. So if we get into a fight with people, it's just a melee weapon that does damage. But it's very specifically good at zombies. But yeah, it is a 2-handed, cumbersome weapon, so it can't be quick drawn. But yeah, it's
what you're gonna discover, those of you who barely made 5 profit, Kite, is you're gonna go home. You're gonna have Vignette with your dependent, at least one of them. That's gonna cost you a bounty. You're going to want to heal your 3 kill damage. That's going to cost you 3 bounty. You've made a grand total profit of 1 bounty at this point. It cost you 20 to get your first tier of retirement. It cost you 60 to get all tiers of retirement. And that's assuming that GM hasn't increased it for a longer campaign. May have. So if that's the case, congratulations. You're 1/60th. It's going to take you 59 more jobs, and they all have to go well to get there. And that's with nothing going worse than it did already, and you never buying anything. You're 1/60th.
And we have to consistently get really good results on that negotiation shit.
Look, It's not about how you finish. It's about enjoying the ride.
Kite's over here like, I'm down to play 60 sessions of this game. Brick, come at me.
Like, eh?
I will say that if you fill up your retirement, we can end the campaign and we can do a PvP session because, yeah, retiring is nice. You make it to the other side of the wall. You live a normal life in the recession where you flip burgers and you have a normal job, maybe. What's even nicer is maybe living in a mansion and sending your kids to school in a nice school so they don't have to. They can have a nice job in the recession government maybe one day. So.
Are you saying we can get a job from Mr. Joel's?
Yes, you can do the just one last score and betray each other if you want on the final job if somebody fills up their retirement milestones. The final job, you can consider PvP on.
I love the term Mr. Joel's that it uses in the book because it's like Mr. Joel's is a bitch.
But that's far off.
It's on the same level as Jacob Lash is an asshole.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you, Trigger, for running Red Markets
Thank you,
for
Trigger.
the server. If
Thank you,
appreciate
Trigger.
any of you watching would like to join in any other TTRPG or games or anything else like that, this is my full-time gig. This is how I pay my rent. Twitch TV /Synpai, SYNPPAI, and discord.gg /Synpai, SYNPPAI. You're more than welcome to join us. The link is going on stream. If you liked it, please give me a follow if you thought it was great. Subscriptions cost you nothing with Amazon Prime, and if you thought it was the best thing ever, get involved. Join the community. Come join us in Red Markets, maybe. Advanced 5th Edition, maybe. Lancer, maybe. Who knows?
And for the rest of this month till the 3rd of February, we still have a BOGO for Defiance and Leavings, where if someone pays in, you can have your session for free for the first 3 sessions.
That's
Come
true.
in, make a character.
That's
We'd love to have you.
absolutely true.
We're very
I'm
friendly,
gonna-
we promise.
Go ahead and sign off, so if y'all want to say goodbye to chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Chad.
Goodbye.